And we're in.
Hello.
Well.
What?
Hello, this is Mark.
Shut the fuck up! Get him! Get him!
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Okay. This is starting off very well.
I don't want Markiplier. Leave. I thought the LA gangs got to you.
Hey guys, so we're here today playing totally 100% the first episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Darps.
Never before ever.
Brotherhood.
Brotherhood, yes.
Yes, Brotherhood.
We're doing 5Darps Brotherhood. Hope everybody is ready for that. And whatever connotations that may give to anything here. Obviously, for those who hadn't been here for the last time, which was, I believe, 2 weeks ago at this point. We have traded out some players who had decided to step back for some new players who have not been introduced yet into the actual scenarios that are going to be going forward. We are going to learn about those characters today and probably get to some sort of conclusion or aftermath of what might have happened at the end of last game. For the last game was the final part of the backstory campaign, which was totally always meant to be a backstory campaign in every way, shape, and form.
I did get to play in a backstory game. This is great.
Perfect. But yeah, we will be heading in through this in just a little bit. Thank you guys for the resubscribes and things like that you guys have thrown in so far. It's been very much appreciated. Thank you very much, Magi. Thank you very much, Nightwind. Thank you for the follow as well, Haas, or H0SS00312.
That's a lot of fucking numbers.
Normally, people would not be able to see which one of those are O's and which one of those is zeros, but I have a font for that.
Oh,
Nice.
Also, thank you, Fungus, for the inspiration.
You're not allowed to have inspiration. What are you talking about?
I'm always so surprised that people really liked Varric.
Yeah, Varric is great.
Eric is great.
I don't know how, but he was great.
He did what we all wanted to do, you know?
Travel in time into a different dimension.
Travel in time, kick a Bulbasaur.
Okay,
Listen,
now my new character.
Be a villain.
Alright, so Pembroke
I
has to
can't
pick a
believe
team.
you're playing Varric again. This is crazy.
All right,
When he traveled out of the Doom timeline, he ended up here.
I guess I gotta kick a Karibo.
You also
You have to kick
kidnap a
something
little
people
girl.
actually care about. Kick a petite dragon or something. Or Kid Moto.
I had to kick
Yep.
his Moto Dragon. Here we go.
Glory to Varric. Glory to Varric. Glory to Varric,
Lord
everyone.
Varric.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to stream. Glory to Varric.
It's been so long
Glory to
since I
Varric.
heard Glory to Varric.
Glory to Varric.
Glory to
Lord
Varric.
Varric.
Man. But yes, with all that being said, let's briefly, because this is the first stream of this entire new campaign, 100% totally definitely. Let's go over the 4 people who are gonna be involved in this. So we first off have our boyo, super buff, manly, chest hair growing, Will. You thought I was gonna say Fomal.
Huh?
How you doing, Will?
I'm doing okay. I'm totally not drawing a meme as we speak. Don't worry about it.
I'm just surprised we're not getting a Kirby today, probably, because like I'm looking over and like we haven't. But but the Kirby's were backstory only. People need to go back to the backstories to see those
I'll
Kirby's.
draw Kirby. Don't worry about it. I just need to draw this first, okay?
No fan service, Will. Come on. Have dignity.
And other than that,
See, Kirby was anime only.
Other than that, we continue over, and we also have a Fomal who is playing with us in this campaign.
I'm here. They
That's
let
true.
me in, they won't let me out.
That's true. That's true.
The doors are locked.
To round off the Pokemon crew side of things, we have someone who's jumping into the main campaign here, we have our boy Emerald.
Hello, I'm in another game, guys. And this time my character didn't die in the backstory.
We don't know about that.
Don't speak too soon.
We don't know about that.
Remember when Barrick died in a backstory game of Pokemon?
I remember Domrin. Anyway,
I
so
remember Domrin. Imagine Domrin, but again.
Domrin again.
And to give us a little bit of new blood in here. Again,
Spicy.
first time, but definitely not last time. Visitor to the games. We have our boy Lindo.
I'm Lindo. I do the art.
He does.
Sometimes.
Most of the time.
89% of the time.
He does a lot of art, actually. He's a talented boy.
I believe that, and when it comes to art, I believe the top 3 people who do art for the games, 2 of them are in here. And the other one just does the main character arts. So like out of everyone, it goes like probably Lindo, Phantom, then Fomal, then Will, then Din.
No. Lindo, Phantom, Will. I make like Avatar stuff.
You make quite a bit of Avatar stuff though, and you make quite a bit of Yu-Gi-Oh stuff.
Yeah.
I was having fun with it.
And the reason I didn't say Will is because we haven't seen a lot of the Will stuff that's been going on here in 5Darps, and I can't wait to show off, espally the new one he showed me recently.
Oh no!
I feel so out of place.
Okay, so what kind of demon is gonna rapture us in her sleep today?
Well, we can't.
I can't say it. It's a surprise.
But yes. And yes, Magi also said, didn't you make some Ugandans?
I made one Ugoblin.
Didn't you make a Ugoblin?
I made one Ugoblin.
The most important archetype.
You made several Ugoblins. Remember the little soccer ball Ugoblin?
I miss the Ugoblin ball.
Ugoblin ball. Oh man, you making those meme arts made me seriously for half a second debate on adding Ugoblins back into the campaign. Then I came to my senses.
You saw it and you thought about it.
I beat the shit out of him.
With all of that being said, my boys, let's go ahead and get into the main vision of the area here. Get out of here. Get out of here, big chat. We don't need you here.
Goodbye, big chat.
We don't need you
Goodbye,
here.
big chat.
Also, yeah, thank you. I thank you guys very much for the more resubs. We're getting all kinds of resubs now.
Oh yeah.
Thank you guys very much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Let's go ahead and get in there. Here we are. Also, I was gonna have a slideshow ready for today, but then I felt like the first day we might as well wait for a couple of things to be shown today, so we're not gonna have the slideshow today on the left, but that might be here next game. Which, by the way, game's gonna be weekly now, so that's interesting.
We scream at you every week now on the PSP.
Yeah, we're at a new time every week. It'll be great.
This time stops Lindo from wanting to die and kill himself.
That is factually correct. Yes.
I am still debating on where the heck I'm gonna put my boxes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying what you were debating on after that topic.
Yeah.
So,
on killing yourself.
let's go ahead and make our way over top of different things here. We're gonna hover over Will for a second. Again, this is the first episode, so we might as well go over his side. And it's for the first episode. You have a messy little area here, Will. What the hell?
What happens is sometimes my pen decides I have a mind of my own and just breaks everything.
That's true. Will, one thing you might notice, and you might like over here, is if you go over here to your extra cards right here, you'll see that one of your cards had got updated. Look at that boy.
All right, let's check here.
He's right there.
Will I be satisfied or will I frown like a...
You will be satisfied.
Look at that boy.
Okay, let's see. It's...
It's the boy.
It's the boy.
It's the boy.
We also go over here, going away from him. Priska Kaufman Which, if you guys want to know more about Priska, go ahead and go to the backstory game. They did very well in gathering a potentially competitive marketplace for gangs in the city. We go over here to Piper, which again, if you guys want to know more about Piper, you got to go through those backstory games, man. And you gotta have that go. Also, Piper also got some new cards, but I believe only wants to show off baby here.
Only baby.
Only baby.
Fine, I'll dig the other ones.
Oh baby,
Like,
oh baby.
there's
baby.
There were a couple of updated cards. Like we have an updated Feral Imp.
These were the ones that were up here.
We also have an updated Warrior Digrapher. Warrior Digrapher has a couple more lines in his description, and that is it. That is all Warrior Digrapher did.
He got more words in his text.
Yeah, more
This
words
man.
in his text. But yeah, also Skelegon also got changed.
Oh, all right. Hold on. I'm gonna have to like the entire screen. Oh, never mind. He was right there.
There he is.
He was right
He's
there.
now
Good job.
Wicked Skelegon,
Oh no, he's evil.
and he is made with one dark monster and one dragon monster.
Hey.
Hey,
Hey, look at that boy.
what
But
a
yeah, those are the
boy.
only updates that you had to your stuff. Let's go ahead and get away from the girl boss side. Make our way
No more
over
girl
and make our way
bosses.
over to the stuck in traffic side.
Stuck traffic male wives. Let's go.
What is this bag? What's in this bag? Oh, that's where
It's
your
those.
guys's old versions of these were. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. So
Look
let's
at
go
those
ahead
belts.
and start over at Belt Boy over here.
Belt boy, whoa.
We got Belt Boy over here, who's if we move this away, we have this man's. He's got a pretty decent stat array right now. He's also going to be able to choose to get some things over there, and obviously mess around with this a little bit. But there's our boy. This is our boy. This is our boy. What's his name? Let's find out. Riku. This is Riku to go.
Yes,
Remember to
Riku to go.
Riku the Jornos.
This is Riku Togo. He is a nice little satellite boy with some nice little eye patch and stuff. How you doing, Lindo?
I'm good.
Look at our nice boy.
Look at the boy.
So Lindo, while we're here, we have this nice little stat array of like your resilience is pretty good, your demeanor is pretty okay, your willpower is pretty all right. Everything else is down. You have these other things. Like I just wanted to ask you if you wanted to take some negatives in anything.
Of course.
And if you want to take negatives in things, obviously you can go up to -3 and say, okay,
Mm-hmm.
all right, and then you'll get these. Okay, all right, okay, all right, okay.
He's working.
There we go.
Perfect.
Oh wait, no, there we go.
There we go. We also got B Childers giving 1,000 Biats. It says inspiration
Heck yeah.
inspiration for Riku. Hell yeah.
Hell
Bum
yeah.
bum 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 bum. There you go, Riku. Now you have 5 more spalations up there. Yeah, there's our boy. There's our Riku boy. Currently he does not have any dual points because he was not here whenever the group got given a whole shit ton of stuff. But he does have a deck. He does have an extra deck, and he does have a side deck, but we'll probably see those in a little bit. Get out of here, Belt Boy.
We just got him in.
Get out of here, Belt Boy. All right, now we got to go over here to non-Belt Boy. As we see, we got this boy.
Yeah, we got the boy. He's got what is on his forehead?
He's got a little something on his forehead. He might have a little golden mark on his forehead. That certain people get in Neo Domino and in the Satellite for doing shady things that we may or may not find out about during the game.
Tax evasion?
Yes.
Yeah, totally.
I mean,
Tax evasion.
you would probably get it for tax evasion.
Probably, yeah.
But yes, people have been asking if it's like an actual gear or like an actual like cog or any sort of like actual thing. It is a mark. It is a criminal mark.
It is a mark.
It is a golden tattoo inlaid with metal and circuitry that has been that has been forcibly implanted onto his face.
Now you look at him and you're like, he could probably hide that with his hair sticking straight up.
That hair's pretty unruly.
But it's pretty unruly hair.
The only
You see, it
thing
just
he's
sticks
been
up.
able to do it so far is just tie it back.
Like half of it, not a lot.
Like it's kind of like a thing of like he goes to a stylist, they get it into a good style. He walks outside like a second after paying for the style, and then just poofs right up.
And like, God damn it.
Looks like a Detroit Become Robot Boy. That's actually one of the inspirations we
is.
thought we had for it.
That's funny.
I was struggling to figure out where to put the mark, and Dika was like, Connor, though. And I'm like, you're right.
Become Connor.
And also, yes, it is shaped like a bolt.
Yes, like a bolt from the blue.
Like a bolt from the blue.
It-
Also,
But,
he's got some pretty neato stats. Look
You
at
do have
that.
some pretty neato stats. You got some
Yeah.
some good finesse, some good potential, some good negotiation. Let's go ahead and meet this boy. This is our boy Otto. This is Otto.
This is Otto.
And yeah, what I just so with Otto here, you have like these three negatives if you want to
Yeah.
go into things if you'd like. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there we
And,
go.
Perfect. And you have these three positive ones you can put into things if you'd like.
Let me go ahead. Okay. Here we go. Here we go.
Keep going, King.
And you know what? Because somebody has to have something in it. Here we go.
I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun seeing the chat go crazy. So
I like the dual. Oh my God.
this is Otto Yolurnger, and he apparently has a little bit of a shady past. But maybe we'll find out more about that literally in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Like literally, like
Just make
fucking
my
fast.
stats all neat and prim and proper.
Yeah, dude.
There we go. There we
Yeah,
go.
dude. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and get rid of this guy. Get out of here, you not Yolurnger. As we will now look forward toward the future. The future, my dudes.
To reclaim the digital world?
To reclaim the digital world. Anyway, my guys, does anybody want to recap anything that happened in the previous episode, in the last session of the backstory? How about Lindo? What happened in the previous session of the backstory?
It's not Wednesday, and I've just came here.
All right, I'll do
I
it. I'll
also
do
don't
it fair.
remember.
I'll be fair. How about this? I'll be fair. I'm gonna roll a 1d4, and I don't have a 1d4, so it'll be fuck.
You got a coin somewhere?
But I wanted him to still have a chance. Okay, yeah, I'll roll this 1d4 here. On an even number, it'll be if it's a 2 or a 4, it'll be Piper and Priska. A 1. A 3 will be Otto, and a 1 will be Riku. Let's see if we nat one. So Otto, what happened in the backstory games?
So, do you want specifically last time or the whole thing?
Specifically last time if you want to. If you want to recap anything
Okay.
else you can, but it's specifically last time.
So last time, they were all getting a talking to by Mr. Venture Boy. But then Piper was like, "No, I don't want to go back to Domino City. Fuck this, and I'm out." And Priska saw that. I'm like, well, if you're going, I'm gonna go too. And then they silently and stealthily creeped out of the place before Venture could notice. Other people did, but that's fine. And they were off, and they went to do their own thing as the rest of the gang decided to do the formula circuit stuff, which is pretty neato. Fucking what happened after that? They went their separate ways for a bit, I believe, as they went back to each of their own homes. But then, no, I think. So I don't remember exactly what happened.
No,
I
it's
just
fine.
know the main parts.
You can be as low as you can. Don't worry about it. Doesn't have to be exact.
Yeah. I think they went back to Priska's laboratory, where they were starting to clean up stuff. Venture came back to talk to them, and to be like, to get a confirmation that they were not going to join the thing, which is totally fine. The rest of the crawlers, but not the crawlers anymore, came and decided to join up with Priska and Piper as they had their big old conversation about what they were going to do, joining together, finding out that Sammy was like, I don't remember the past couple years. Fuck.
Months.
I'm sorry. And yeah, that's what they were doing there. After that, they had decided to go to where Witty what is his name again? Witty Phantom? Wicked Phantom?
Wicked Phantom Dealer.
Wicked Phantom Dealer. Okay. They went to go meet with him because he has his whole thing going on. And so with the help of Notlink, who helped to swing them into the pipe in the big crater, they went in and went to go talk to him for a bit. And he was pretty shady, pretty roundabout. They did not come to any like big decisions with him. But they did find out that, oh hey, there are just a lot of like fractured worlds, I guess, with the spirit world stuff, and that's not good. But then they went off from there, and they met with the most important person in the entire game, Scrappa.
Our boy Scrappa.
Our boy Scrappa. And they met with him as they were going through his stuff without really, because they were just trying to find a way out, really. They weren't there to actually take his shit. But they were like, when in Rome. But then he was like, no, that's not allowed. And then he made them the best offer they have ever heard to help him make metal scrap dragons, I guess. With all the fucking scrap metal in there, it's like, what else? How else? What other dragon type could he really make, really? So they were like, yeah, and they started sifting through all the junk.
Specifically, my favorite part of last session was we have Priska holding up like a very like nice looking circuit board or something in their hand, just like, what you're gonna melt this down? What are you gonna do? This is too much. Like you can make some great things with this. What are you trying to make? Dragons.
Let's go. We understand. 100%. Let's get on.
All right, boss, let's go.
I mean, what are they gonna do if it make a new sofa and new domino? Fuck them.
And yeah, that is what happened last time. That is as far as I remember, because
Nice job, my dude.
I was distracted for anything else happening.
I'll give you two splations for that, because you weren't around and you did good. You did it.
Thank you.
Before we start, hold on. I have to send you something, and I want you to change the state of my character.
Oh boy.
There.
God dang it, Will. Will, why?
What's wrong with that pose?
Will, what even is this?
It's not Seth MacFarlane related at all.
Can I explain the joke, or are we gonna pretend?
Well, let me put it on there first, then you can explain the joke.
Okay.
Maybe other people know it more than me. I don't know.
All right, get it in here.
There we go. Perfect. There we go.
Yeah. So this is the Family Guy fall pose.
That's how I want to start the game. That's how I want to start the game.
The game is just you try to lift like a single, like a slightly bigger than average TV, and you're just dead on the floor.
And Great States. There we go. There we go. Everybody's helping, and Priska passed out.
She lifted like a slightly heavier like chair, and she just stopped moving.
she had that circuit board, and then she tried picking up literally anything else, and now she's like this.
Do you think we have to throw her in the fire thing?
You think we can make a dragon out of her? We'll make a dragon out of you yet.
Mr. Owl, make a dragon out of you.
But we'll get to what happens with these boyos in a bit. Because first things first, we're gonna start things off today with Otto.
Oh shit!
What?
Mm-hmm. We're gonna start things off today with Otto. Hold on, uno momento.
Uno momento?
Yes, because I think I deleted your token, so I'm going to be just making your token again. I mean, I have the art part. I just don't have the actual token in. So I forgot that I deleted it earlier. Because I had went to remake them, but then I went to make a sandwich, and I never put them actually back in. So. And bam.
I can't believe you died before the session.
I can't believe you died before the game started.
That's a new record.
It's not. It's honestly not. Unfortunately, like for Emerald, that's not even close to his record. Just now starting is late for him. We'll move this guy over here. Let's not worry about him for now. I'll just put him right there. So, Otto.
Yeah.
You're a boyo. You had
I am a boyo.
you had just had some interesting things happen to you previously in your little session here. Otto, you younger, you are a criminal. You are a
That's what they call me.
You are a filthy degenerate criminal.
I don't know if I'm not degenerate or filthy.
And well, here's the thing: like they wouldn't have sent you to satellite if you hadn't have done something really bad. But
I mean, I have a criminal mark. I think that's enough for them to throw me here.
I mean, some people with criminal marks can stay in Neodomino, but some of them get shipped off here to the satellite. And apparently, you did something like enough that after your jail time, they sent you down here to the satellite, my dude. For the first little bit of your time here, you're trying to get used to things, but out of everything here in the satellite, things are unfortunately terrible. The only job you can find anywhere around here is doing any sort of recycling. There's no street vendors, there's no cleaners, there's no anyone you can really call on to do things. And anytime you asked around for any of those things, people gave you some strange looks, especially because you noticed that their eyes do seem to trail up toward the mark on your face. A lot of people here, even if they have marks themselves, seem to stick away from people who have marks on them. You've learned from your brief interactions you have had with some of the people at the recycling plant. It's a little bit rough to make any friends after having something like that on you. And apparently, the more intricate the mark, the more, well, shady the person seems to be. And for you, you seem to have just an actual shape put onto your face. No line, no like weird tribal looking stuff with it. You were given something on you that gives purpose. There seems to be some sort of story behind it. And as soon as people notice that about you, they do seem to back away from you a little bit more. They keep the conversation very, very, very short with you.
Mm-hmm.
This is what happened for you for the first little bit. Mostly your time the first week was trying to find somewhere to stay, because they didn't give you a place to stay.
They didn't give me a place to stay, and I realized quickly, people just go into any place that's abandoned.
Basically, you had to learn that in the beginning. Before that, like for the first couple of days, you were kind of wandering around doing the recycling thing, and at one point you just sort of stayed in one of the recycling plants until they told you to leave. And the thing with it is, like, the guy who told you to leave, you like went over to this recycling plant. The guy who told you to leave, he just kind of like had his newspaper. He was just like, "All right, get out of here." Is he gone? He's probably gone. And then he shut the door. So I mean, you got a place to stay that night. That was pretty good. But you thought
it's that night, but you know,
you thought after that you should probably find a place for you to find some sort of purchase with. You know that as one of the only ones who's mostly a living out of recycling things and have been at least told about the recycling things so far, to an extent, you do realize that there are several tiers of recycling here. It's a good time. It's as good a time as any to talk about that right now. But you would know that most of the time, the certain ones of these get taken away quite fast. You know that the main recycling plant is right here, and it is most of the time full by the time anyone gets there. You've noticed in the past couple of days. Anytime you try to make your way to the main plant, it is basically, there is like a line like Disney World over there for people to get in and out of there. Other than that, you do know that the ones very close to it also seem to get full up very quickly on either side. And by the time the stuff gets down to you, it's apparently like near its third little pass when it gets finally to these four final little areas here. You, unfortunately, the last little bit have been taken, basically the last two areas here. You've not really been going to any of the upper ones. No, you haven't been able to get like the timing down to find your way there to do anything with it, but you have been able to do a little bit of recycling. So I would like to ask you, Otto, for the first thing I would like you to do, I'm going to give you your dice.
My dice?
Your dice.
I get dice?
You do.
Man, you have to roll something at one point, I think.
I have to roll?
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yeah, we were just gonna have you be just here and not roll anything ever, but now I guess you earned it. Congratulations.
I thought the stats were fluff.
Here you go, my dude. Here are your dice.
My dice.
I would like you, while you have done, we'll say, a couple of weeks of nice labor in the recycling plants, in the lesser of them, unfortunately, I would like you to please roll me for either your finesse or your potential, which for you is just one of them.
It doesn't matter which one. I'm guessing
for you in
it's the
particular, it
D20.
does not make a lot of difference which one you
For
do.
me, it doesn't make much difference, but
I
I
will-
want to say...
I will say, tell me
finesse.
which one you do, because it is technically a different thing.
All right, that's the first roll, and I do have
You
a
do have
fleeting.
fleeting.
I do have a fleeting, and it is finesse. So how do I finesse myself? Okay, so that's a 16.
You have another fleeting as well.
Thank you.
You have one from Deadlier.
Thank you very much. So 13 was my highest, so 16.
16 altogether. Upon your bit of recycling the past couple of weeks that you have been doing things, you've made a decent bit. You don't really know exactly where to spend your dual points or anything like that, so there's like not really a lot of stuff around that you really know what to do with it. So most of it you did keep, I will say. There are a couple of places that sell food in the area, so you will have eaten over your course of time, which will like take a little bit of a hit onto these. But you will have made altogether in the past couple of weeks, you have around 1,000 dual points.
Oh heck yeah!
But like I said, some of this would have went to food and different things like that. So I want to ask you before I subtract anything. Did you how well did you eat the past couple of weeks?
I would say the first week he probably spent more than he should have on food, but after that he probably rationed it a lot more because you know it's his first week out and about.
Okay.
And
So
I have
first
to deal
week,
with
so the
prison
first week
food.
you would have splurged a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Whatever splurging actually means.
Splurging is you got the good burritos.
I got the good
and you might have
burritos.
got a couple of drawbreads.
I got maybe a couple of drawbreads.
Did you specifically get any drawbreads?
Yes.
How many drawbreads do you think you got over the first week?
I would say 2.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to be nice. I'm only going to minus 100 dual points each. for the drawbreads.
Heck yeah.
I'd like you to go ahead and roll me 2 d20s. So roll me the first d20 and then roll me another d20.
First roll, 10.
Hey, that's pretty good.
And the second roll, 7.
You didn't get anything horrible with your drawbreads, but unfortunately, you didn't get any prizes either.
Rip.
I mean, at one point you got like you got like a kind of like toppings sandwich, which was kind of weird for you. Like it was still really good compared to like a lot of the prison food you had. But you know, it was basically you had like mayonnaise, and there was like maybe a little bit of like onion and maybe a little bit of like jalapeno, but there was no protein whatsoever on it.
Ketchup sandwich.
How dare they not give me protein?
And the other one you had, it was basically a bacon sandwich, a bacon bread. But unfortunately, that is all that was on it.
A bacon sandwich.
You had a dry bacon sandwich.
A dry bacon sandwich. Well, at least it's some protein.
So one day you got no protein, the other day you got nothing but protein.
How many slices of bacon was actually on it? Was it one?
There was a drawbread, so I'll say there was around like there was probably like 3.
3. All right, cool.
Heck yeah, I'll get rid of 100 more for the rest of the week's foods you would have gotten. Because again, you would have gone up some, gone down some, yada yada yada, depending on what kind of things you had gotten.
Yeah.
Last thing I want you to do is I want you to roll me for specifically your scavenging. Your scavenging. Go ahead and give me a finesse check.
All right, here we go. Finesse. Let's go.
I was actually gonna say maybe it should have been instinct, but I did say finesse, so I'll let you have it this time. 21.
All right.
That's really
21.
good.
That's
So
a really good roll.
I will give you a choice, my dude.
Ooh.
You have found a pretty nice item while scavenging, which is very rare amongst this, because you know you're at the third pass of this.
Pass.
Like people just it was almost like people ignored this thing. Apparently, we'll say it's like under like an old pizza box and nobody cared.
It was like stuck in something and nobody was willing to look through it.
I know
But
what
me-
the item. I know what the item is. You technically know what the item is, but I don't want you to know for the choice of you making a decision. You could either have this item, or you could have gotten rid of it for 5,000 duel points.
Oh man, it's so hard to pick. Do I pick the money or do I pick the item? I'm gonna pick the item.
You're gonna pick the item. Alrighty,
Yeah.
my dude.
You get a roc's feather.
You were able to find something quite nice. Whenever
What
you
have
were
I
going
found?
through things, you have found, and you had sequentially found some people to potentially help you fix, because you people would have been like, "What the heck? What is this thing?" And like they would have wanted some of the wiring and stuff out of it, like the extra stuff from it. You have found.
Where'd it go?
You have found an actual. You have found an actual hybrid disc.
Oh hell yeah!
Whenever you had found
Ooh.
it, I will say it looked a lot nicer than this. The person that you had fix it for you basically took a lot of the stuff out of it, including like a bunch of wiring and a bunch of different like things that were inside of it as payment. But in the end, you had enough for a little hybrid disc. You're gonna start off.
hell
You're
yeah.
gonna start off with a one step up dual discs from the scrap discs.
Hell yeah!
It's around
Neato.
this time that, of course, you would put your deck into your hybrid disc, and after a little bit of time, you would start to notice you would have noticed immediately as well, but it taken a few days to like really have it sink in. But you didn't have enough cards to make a deck. Whenever you were given your stuff back after coming out of jail, you're sure that there was a full deck, if not maybe a little bit extra in your stuff before. But whenever you look at your cards here, there wasn't even enough to make a deck anymore. And specifically, when you look at your extra deck, you notice that one of your cards in particular is missing. You notice that
Which one?
your sword hunter card is missing.
Sword Hunter?
Your synchro monster.
But Uncle gave me that.
Your uncle did give you that sword hunter. It was decently expensive.
He got it for me for my birthday. How dare they?
Looking through your cards, you do note that there are some stuff like there are some very nice cards still in there. But either they were lost or somebody had picked through them. Because your rarest card was taken, you're pretty sure it was the latter.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Throughout the rest of the couple of weeks, we've already seen as in the last episode, in the last session of this, that you did end up getting a lot of cards from drawing them there. Over the course of the next couple of weeks, you are able to put together a working deck. But looking at it, it is far less than ideal for you.
Mm-hmm.
But you are able to have a decent deck on hand, and over the next little bit of time, for the next couple of weeks, you do have a little bit of extra stuff. I would say by the end of all this time I'm willing to give you, you would have made around 1,500 duel points. And you said you were wanting to be more sparse on your food for the last couple of weeks?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go ahead and bring that down to 1,400 then.
Cool.
You get yourself somewhat established in the recycling scene. You get some ideas as to when to wake up and go over. So you do end up sometimes even getting into the second string of this place. But it all depends on location, man. Location is key.
Location.
I'd like to know, where did you find somewhere to stay?
I mean, the meme wanted me wants to say in like one of these pipes over here, but I know that's not.
Unfortunately,
that's
you
not
don't.
viable.
Unfortunately, when you go over to like check out the pipes, man, it would be cool to live in one of those if I had a ladder or rope or anything, or could swim, or I'm kidding.
But when it comes to location, I mean, there's only one apartment complex that would, or well, I guess two, that would make the most sense in like this area right over here.
I will say the ones that are directly here are taken.
The ones that are directly here, so
the ones that are directly across are unfortunately taken.
And I would also assume up here as well.
I would say, just like with the others, the main areas to look at. Let me go ahead and give you a bit of a thing here, because the others would have been living here for quite a bit. You unfortunately would have to like basically make yourself here. So I would say, you would note that anything in this area would be somewhat easy, as well as anything in this area. And you would notice that there are a couple of abandoned buildings in the middle, but you have been told that a lot of gang fighting happens in the business district.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing that would feel even somewhat safe in the businessy district would be probably anything here.
But even then, do you want to just have a window to gang fighting?
So I would say choose anywhere in these boxes here.
This is technically waterfront property.
Well,
let's see here. I guess for him, he would probably be like up in here, up in this area.
You definitely can be. As you would make your way up there, is that what you're going to choose?
Looking over everything else, because I can't get into this area or down here. That is the most likely place he would go, because it would be quick over to be able to check on the upper ones.
You make your way over here, and you wonder as to why this place is available. First off, because getting rid of some of this stuff here, it is still relatively close to the recycling areas. It is relatively good there. However, once you get here, you do start noticing there are whispers as to like why this place is so open. You do note that depending on we're gonna say you're in this little square here. Which building in particular are you here in this little square?
I will pick this one.
Just the very end here, like right there?
The very end, yeah.
Okay. You will note, upon living here for a couple of days, it's not a horrendous place. It's actually decently nice, like living arrangements, that you would more than you would think would be good here. But you also note that you're not really there's a lot of room around through here. Eventually, you talk to people about it, and some of the nicer members of the recycling plant would tell you, yeah, sometimes the area around there shakes. And sometimes things fall into the underground around where you live.
Oh, I see.
Not to mention, it is also very prone to having the area here. This large fault line here that leads to the underground. A lot of water sometimes leaks into there, which makes the area very much a lot less stable underneath. But it's very nice apartments. Nobody lives there for that reason in particular.
Not only does he eat sparsely, he doesn't have a lot of things, so in case he has to run, he has everything on hand.
It's fine. I have my dual disc and
I have my
it's
dual
fine.
disc, my deck. I am fine. I'm fine.
So yes, you are in territory that if you would have been either there or on the other side of it, are very prone to potential sudden falls.
Yep.
But you're good.
Makes
Everything's
sense.
fine. Everything's
That's fine. That's fine.
So we have yourself established here. You have things going on all over the area here. One day you would make your way around trying to figure out good places around you, because you know that you can only go to the recycling plant so many days. They do have a certain amount of hours that you can work. Otherwise, most people would work all the fucking time.
People would work themselves to death.
They would work themselves
Literally.
to death, but also, you know, people couldn't get in at that point. And they need fresh, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed workers in the factories.
Yeah, they make me stuff my hair in my shirt because they don't want to get it clogged up in the machinery.
Oh my god.
They make you wear like a little hair hair thing, like what are they called?
Hairnet.
Hairnet?
Not like a hairnet. Like a little do-rag kind of thing. You tie it.
Do-rag thing.
Like you tie it on like to keep your hair down.
It
Little
barely
bandana.
holds in.
You have like a little band. They have like a little freaking sphere bandana on your head.
Bandana pops off just to show the outline of your hair.
And then when I pull it back off, my hair continues to spike back up.
I'd like to know, whenever you are exploring around the city on your first day that they tell you can't come back to the factory, I'd like to know where would you like to try to explore outward from?
I guess in this direction, out in this part.
You would make your way
Use
over
tubes.
toward the area that probably would be considered beachfront property at some level, but you know, most of the property fell. You would make your way off into this direction, looking around at different things. While you're doing so, would you like to roll me for your instinct?
My
Is that a
instinct, yeah.
Zork Kirby?
Exactly.
All right, let me move my dice over here, and let me get my d20 with my no instinct. Let's go. 7. That's a lucky number.
As you would make your way throughout the area, you would note that most people around seem to again give you a bit of a wide breadth there, and you're not even sure if it's because you have a mark at this point. It just seems like a lot of people stick to themselves in the satellite a lot, which makes these other things a lot more interesting. As you do get around the area around here, you would start to notice on your first day that there's there is a decently large gathering of people sometimes going around here, and you notice that sometimes those people seem to make their way down into this little crevice that's down here.
Oh.
You would note that sometimes people just sort of make their way down into what you can only tell from what people have told you is the underground from here.
Is there... Do I notice anything particular about these people, or are they just...
With a 7, no.
Okay.
As you would just see, like, every now and then certain people would go over there. You notice about a group of 4 making their way down there at one point. They don't really seem to have any sort of connection to each other. Like, they don't like look like they are like
Part of, like, the same
amazingly
gang or
similar, or like
something.
a part of like the same even group. There's like a middle-aged man, there's like a young man, there's like a old lady.
Young man.
But
I mean,
you
I
would
guess,
you would
like-
notice them going down there. By the time you would make your way over to like look down, they would be out of sight.
Well, I mean...
It is very dark down there, however.
Well, it's a good thing I have my dual disc and I have light monsters.
You could, if you'd like, make your way down into the underground and try to have a monster of yours give yourself some light. I'd like to know, in particular, do you have any monster in particular that you would like to try to give you a little bit of light? Because when it came to Will Tinotama, that made a lot of sense to me.
Let me see here. Let me see. Let me look at my
We're
monster.
freaking going that one filler arc like in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! In this. Like, if you have a monster that you feel could get you through a situation, let's fucking see if it can, man. Hinotama to light your way? Fuck yeah, that sounds fun. Mad Sword Beast to charge down and destroy a boulder?
probably-
Let's go.
I mean-
Probably won't, but
I mean, there is this boy. He is a
do
shining
you want to
angel.
go with Shining Angel? I would say that would make sense.
It would make a lot of sense. He's a
Halo.
shining angel. He shine.
As you would make your way toward the area, you would look around, you would see that everybody kind of goes out of the way. You squint as much as you can, making your way through. Whenever you start thinking, man, you wish you could see, until finally you go to your dual disc, you give a bit of a smirk, and you pull out Shining Angel. You play it onto your dual disc. I'd like to know, is Shining Angel one of the ones from your original deck, or was it one you've picked up since coming to the satellite?
I think he's one from his original deck.
Okay, cool.
He's very useful to bring out another light monster.
It's very true. As you summon Shining Angel off beside you, Shining Angel seems to look around for a moment. You see that the hologram looks forward as if it is ready to fight, and then it just sort of like lets off like a burst from its wings, and the area around does seem to light up slightly.
Hell yeah, let's go. I'm curious about why people are going to the underground.
Okay, I was wondering how long we'd have with you on the upper ground, but hey, immediately going down here, that's fine with me.
Speed run.
I mean, it
run,
kind of
speed
is.
run.
It's kind of a speed run.
You just fucking dive in. I gotta move.
You make your way down into the underground. As you do, I'm gonna grab this little hallway thingy, that we have created. Because there is underground maps, but none of them in particularly just for walking in the darkness. As you begin to make your way through the area, you would start to know that the underground seems to be a lot of abandoned subway tunnels and things of that nature. A lot of maintenance hatches, and looking around, there does seem to be some strange like locked hatches and other things that are through here. Maybe to basements from to like very large buildings, or potentially even doomsday bunkers. Who's to say what exactly these things are? But as you're making your way through, you are noticing quite a lot of different ways people could go. Unfortunately, you don't seem to have any access to them at the moment.
Oh, that sucks.
Stepping through and continuing down your path, however, you would start to notice that a little bit ahead of you there is another light that seems to be coming from just around the bend. I'd like to know, or are you just gonna keep walking up, just gonna keep following along?
Seeing that there's a light up beyond the bend. I'm gonna roll real quick for myself to see what my boy is gonna do, because he's not okay. So he is going to just go forward.
I didn't even see the roll, but all right, let's fucking go.
I rolled a 2.
Just gonna keep going.
He's just gonna keep going, yeah.
You and Shining Angel make your way forward, continuing down your path. I'm just gonna keep you at the back here. As you turn, going into this large, kind of open area, you note that it seems to be almost a again, almost like a little part of the maintenance tunnel. There are a couple of areas away from the actual tracks of the subway here that seems to be where a lot of people seem to be gathering. The people whom are gathering, however, you would note, look somewhat familiar to you, Otto.
Familiar?
Yeah,
Wait,
they look
familiar.
They look somewhat familiar to you, Otto. As you see,
Oh no, I speed ran. Oh no.
they're just wanting to freaking go crazy and like
they're just
ninja flip everywhere.
backflipping. Yeah.
You would
They're
note
also ninjas.
You would note there seems to be a large gathering of what you know from your time in Neo Domino are a group of rare hunters seemingly gathered around in the undergrounds.
Would I know them in Neo Domino, or did I figure that out here?
You would know that the people there had called themselves that. You did not know much about them there, but you learned about them from asking people in jail.
Okay.
And as you get here, you would note that one of the people that you have followed down here, the kind of middle-aged looking man that was making his way down here, you would see just as you're getting there would be donning his hood as well. But you would get down here, you would see this is probably the gathering of those people that were there. Upon stepping out with your Shining Angel, you would note that there is a look over to you by some of them, but they don't really seem to like hiss at you or like going intruder or anything like that. They're just sound like looking over at you like, hey man, what's up? They seem to have noticed your presence because of your bright light.
Yeah. Yes, my Shining Angel. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think of what to say here.
I mean, it's an interesting little gathering. The last time you've seen a gathering of these guys, you have been promised a couple of things, and while you did get those things, you also got a lot more than you bargained for.
Yeah.
You're eternally Ward. Well, it wasn't that eternal.
Hey, you're the guys that tricked me.
You see one of them like turn over like, huh? Hey, where's your hood?
Oh, I don't have a hood. Y'all didn't give me one, but y'all back in Neo Domino, y'all had me do stuff for you, and then I got went to prison for it.
Neo Domino. He looks around. Sorry, guy, we live here.
Well,
You might be thinking of someone else.
I mean, the robes are very distinct.
Oh well, I mean, it's because we all wear robes. Doesn't mean we're all from Neo Domino.
Well, I mean, I figure if y'all are part of the same group, that y'all would at least know each other, because y'all had me.
Hey, what's going on over here? Oh, I'm just
hello.
talking to this guy. He's just over here talking about us betraying him or something.
Well, I mean, I guess not betraying me specifically, but y'all got me into a lot more trouble than I should have.
A lot of trouble.
Yeah, y'all had me move cards. And I got...
Hold on, move cards?
Yes.
One moment. You see, like, one of them, the middle-aged man that you had saw dress up before, and seemingly drag the one that you were talking to away as they start mumbling to each other.
As one of them like steps forward and hums hold music for you.
As they are mumbling a little bit away from you, would you like to roll me for your instinct again?
Yes.
Go, traffic
Part of me
man.
wishes I had put the negatives in instinct now, but this is good. 5.
You don't really hear much of anything as they're kind of mumbling away from you. But they appear to like nod at each other, and then they make their way back. You need to talk to the boss.
Yeah, I do need to talk to your boss. Where's he at?
Oh, well, unfortunately, the boss isn't here today, but we do have someone in charge right now if you want to talk to them.
Yes, please.
All right. Looks over. Hold on, it's so hard to tell between. He just starts looking over the crowd of people.
You know, y'all should really get like either more colors.
Oh,
Or,
there they are.
maybe-
Hold on.
Oh.
As he makes his way off, you see him start talking to one of the ones a little bit further away from you. As the two of them make their way back over, you see what appears to be a smaller looking person coming back from there. As they do step forward a little bit further to you, they seem to look you up and down for a moment before going, "And what do we have here?"
Yes, hi. I wasn't entirely sure what to say when I first found y'all, but because of y'all, I went to jail, and I guess I need help. I guess I guess I
Went
didn't
to
think this
jail.
through.
Well, first off, I don't know anything about you, but you definitely did go. You said you're from Neodomino?
Yes, I worked with some of your rare hunters. I think I was told that's what y'all were called.
We
I've
are the
worked with
rare
them.
hunters, but there are quite a number of us out there. Some of us more interested in other things than others. We're mostly just interested in cards, for example, and, well, trying to
Yes.
get a little bit more power where we are, even if it's just for our own benefit. But people from Neodomino, they're a completely different story. It's not like we have constant contact or anything with people over there. Sometimes
Y'all don't?
sometimes people come back here and they tell us what to do, but other than that, we don't really have contact with them at all. The last time I spoke with anyone from Neodomino was 6 months ago or so.
Hmm.
But I mean, if you
I
were
guess-
screwed over for moving cards, what kind of cards are you moving?
Did I find out from like the trial what cards I was moving?
Oh yes, you had basically been given a complete replica that was going through the what do you call it? It was going through the motions of being shown to all of Neodomino of the current champion of the Formula Circuit. You had apparently stolen a very high dollar deck from one of the most powerful people in the entirety of Neodomino.
You know, no big deal.
I explained this to the rare hunter here, and yeah, that it was that.
Wait, that was you?
Yeah, I didn't really know what they were having me move at the time. I didn't realize just how important it was.
Well, I mean, any card's worth its salt. If they're gonna have cards go around, then we're gonna take them, right? And besides, it's better use in one of our hands than in some museum somewhere.
I guess that's true, but they put me away for years. For a few years, it was awful.
Yeah, that
They
does
even
sound
took
pretty.
my
That does sound pretty
cards.
bad.
Well, not all of them, but they went through my deck.
We took your cards.
No, I guess not you guys, but I guess the police. What are they called? They're the
Sector
Not the-
security.
yeah, sector security. I guess took some of my cards.
That doesn't really shock me too much, unfortunately. They're not well, some of the higher ups there, I'm sure, as you've probably met, motions up towards your forehead,
Yeah.
are decently eccentric people.
Eccentric's one word. Crazy's another.
Hmm.
And sadistic is another.
Well, I can't help you get back the time you lost. I can't help you get anything really back from them. Again, we're basically completely different in everything but name from those people in Neodomino. But
Yeah, I'm really realizing
she
that
puts a
now.
finger up to you like, shush. But I can do something for you.
Yeah?
We're about to go on a bit of an excursion ourselves, but we don't have enough people going through looking for something. A lot of us are on our day offs right now from over at the recycling plant, and we decided to coordinate our days off to have a bit of a field trip of sorts. We're looking for a certain set of cards down here, and things seem to go kind of strange down here sometimes.
Well, yeah, I've kind of heard that this place isn't the most structurally stable.
Things have been falling down here for quite some time. They say that this is the underground, but there's even further. There's even further if you keep going below us.
Really?
In some places in the city, all you'll find below us is water. There's hardly any real stable ground to hold.
Oh.
But because we're the only ones that are really brave or even stupid, some people would say, enough to come down here, we get to reap all the rewards. And because we did mess with you, we're willing to share some of those rewards if you help us.
Well, I'm on my day off as well. I guess I could help.
Good. I'm not gonna just hand over a robe or anything to somebody I don't know, obviously. I mean, even though we do know that you, what you actually went there for, we still don't know exactly how you were treated or what exactly went down over in jail for you, and we don't want to ask for too much trouble here. But if you're able to find a certain set of cards for us that we're looking for, honestly, we'll accept any cards if you want to find them, but if you find a certain set for us, or even any information leading to them, we could probably have a bit of reward for you, and we can talk some more on any other things we can do for you.
That sounds good to me. What do you need me to find?
We're looking for a set of 3 cards. They're known as the Majesty cards.
The Majesty cards? I personally have never heard of them, so.
Oh, don't worry, they're completely new cards. That's why you never heard of them.
Cool.
We're looking for the Majesty cards. They're a set of 3. They're a set of 3 extremely powerful monsters. They say that they're really good against well, just about any form of summoning technique that's out there.
Majesty cards? I've never heard of them.
I don't have any specifics for you, but they should be able to, well, be pretty easily noticed. You might have noticed a lot of the areas around here that are sealed up, almost like they're coffins or sarcophagi. But there are some places further down into this place that are a bit more, well, easily accessible because of all the wreckage and everything that's been dropped out here. If you'd like, you could go around and help us look for them. We're about to spread out and keep going right now. You can take one of our water canteens if you want to go. I wouldn't suggest drinking the water you find down here.
I didn't plan to. Yeah, I could do that. I even have my dual disc here. It's pretty good. And Shining Angel can provide a good amount of light.
If you are able to find any of the Majesty cards, obviously we have quite a lot to talk about at that point. But even information would be good for us. And if you find anything else you think we might like, there's always dual points in it for you.
That sounds good to me. He says, not questioning it, even though these people have already screwed him over once.
He's taking the bait! I'm kidding. She motions over toward the man from before. It seems one of our members recently had a run-in with the crawlers down here. So there's not really a lot he's going to be able to do, so he's going to stay here while the rest of us keep going through. If you have any questions about anything, go ahead and ask him if you come back here. But I say we keep going and reconvene sometime tonight.
That sounds good.
If you don't want to if you find another way out, or if you don't make it back by the time things are through, then just try to find us back here on another day that we're off, all right? For example,
All right.
my next day off is in 2 days, and I'll be right here.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
She goes to make her way back. Do you have anything else you want to ask?
Oh, I guess you do need my name. I'm Otto. Otto Ulernger.
She looks back. Crystal.
It's nice to meet you, Crystal.
As she looks over toward everybody, she gets a little bit of a murmur from people before she motions back to you, and you're able to be basically drawn over from the others, like they bring you over like over into the fold. As they start going over battle plans for what they're going to be doing, as everybody seems to basically draw lots on where they want to go. A lot of everything is first come first serve for them. You eventually get given the southeast of town.
All right.
You're gonna have to
let's
do a
go.
lot more walking, Otto. You good with that?
That's fine. I tend to do a lot of walking every day when I have to go find some work at the recycling plant. This will be a cake.
All right then. She hands you a large water canteen, and you also see her hand you what appears to be a couple of nice wrappings, which you have seen better, obviously being from Neo Domino. They don't look sterile for any sense of the word, but they do look clean. As she motions to you, just in case you get hurt down here, there is all kinds of sharp things throughout. Not to mention the two gangs that make up this place. They do a lot of fighting and throw their trash down here like it's nothing.
Thank you very much.
All right,
If you're
everyone.
going-
Was that Will?
If you're going southeast, you should probably bring a jet.
Eh,
A jet.
Well, like she said, he's staying here
yeah.
because he's recently been hurt. If what could have possibly hurt this man? Who's to say?
This well mustachioed man.
As you see everyone start breaking off, a lot of them start making their way in the different directions. Some of them do seem to group up with each other, until finally the only people left are you, Crystal, and Jet. She looks to you. Come on, I'll take you a little bit of the way. I'm going to be going off into the center of town, crawler territory. I can lead you through that at least, so you don't get messed up with anything.
Thank you. Please lead the way.
You guys be careful.
You too, man.
You got it. As you guys begin to make your way away, you make your way down the different parts of the streets here. You see that she just seems to pull out a flashlight as she's going throughout the area. And like you just have like your shining angel beacon of light beside of you.
They serve their purposes.
As you walk for quite a little bit, you guys eventually take a little bit of a break around the time where she says you guys are near the center of town at this point. She tells you not to make any sounds while you're here and to try your best to stay out of any water, but unfortunately it's almost impossible for you guys to do that.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys continue further, she eventually stops just on the outside of a smaller tunnel, putting her hand up and catching herself on the side as you step down into the area below. Upon you doing so, she looks back at you. This is as far as I go. I gotta go back into crawler territory. Apparently there was some sort of a fight that happened the other day, so I'm gonna hope to find a lot of good stuff that happening around there.
Good luck with that.
Remember, whenever you go through this area, just try to be silent. Hell, if you can find another way out, that'd be probably preferable. Try not to get too close to the water, though. It's deceptive, but there is a lot of currents going on underneath the city. You'll get pulled under and we'll never see you again.
I'll do my best. Thank you for the warning. And be safe out there, Crystal.
You too, Otto. As she starts making her way back, you realize that without you being around, she seems to be stepping inside of the tunnel very quietly without you. You could hear footsteps when you were traveling with her. Whenever you look back, even though she's walking into an echoey tunnel, you can barely hear footsteps going away from you.
Oh, she's really skilled.
As this happens, you find yourself and Shining Angel alone.
Well, it's time to look for these Majesty cards.
Aldo, as you make your way through, heading off in the direction that you are hoping that you're going to be going. The keenly minded of some people here might notice that whenever I said for Jet, he had gotten hurt the day before, which means you are still an entire day or so behind the main group right now.
That's perfectly fine.
So
I'm gonna get lost in the underground.
I mean, it's completely up to you. At this point, upon making your way in, you know, in particular, that you basically have worked every single day this month. So they have told you not to come back for the rest of the month. You have basically an entire week off from working in the recycling plant.
I guess it's time to put my mind to looking for these Majesty cards.
As you begin looking around, you start trying to find any sort of hatches or any sort of things going through. Again, you mentioned before they're talking about them being basically like sarcophagi, and you mentioned tombs of this. It does kind of give you a tomb, like a Tomb Raider-y feel. Like you are going through and checking for treasure. And honestly, it's probably some of the most fun you've had being in the satellite at this point.
It's like, yeah, it's completely different. I don't have to deal with, you know, the oppressive air, the sad people. Me on my own, looking through tombs. Like a spelunker would. Who's to say?
You pass by this guy with a poncho and a feather in his hat. You guys just high five as you go off in different directions.
He falls through a sewer hole and you never see him again.
He falls in a poop hole.
It's perfect. It's 10 out of 10.
But as you continue forth, you find yourself 1 second. Oh hell yeah! You find yourself at this rather large string of areas. You do note that with all the time you've been walking, it is probably at least around like later in the day at this point. But you do find out of this long line of service hatches and things of that nature, there are quite a lot of them that seem to have been knocked off of their hinges, and a lot of things that seem to be mostly destroyed down here. I'd like you to roll me for first off. Give me a let's go with a instinct check for how many you find.
Instinct. Let's go. 4.
You have a fleeting, I believe. Yes.
Oh, I have a fleeting. Awesome. I think I also have more inspirations as well.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
someone did some biddies.
There was some inspirations that were given. Let me get to that in just a second.
Oh, well, it's a 9.
Well, it's better than a 4.
It is better than a 4.
B. Chowder had given you another 560 bits, which is going to be, you know, we'll round it up. It says auto inspiration. And after that, EM41 had given $30. It says, for the first time in forever, I have money. 10 inspiration to Best Boy Emerald and 5 to Zeke from Xenoblade Chronicles.
Why? Does he mean Riku?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit. Nice.
Congratulations, Seek from Cedar.
I'm moving up in the world.
As you have continued around looking through things, looking through the long line of these hatches, you find 3 of them which are loose enough to be able to open. As you look inside, there does appear to be some things tucked away in there. You have to crawl pretty far in some of them to check anything out. Some of them lead to smaller rooms, again, kind of giving you the whole Doomsday Bunker kind of feel with some of them. but other ones just seem to be like little lockers almost. As you look into these 3, on the list I have 8. So let's have you roll a d8 and see which ones you're getting from these.
All right, let's see here.
Roll a d8 3 times.
Here we go. Here's the D8.
If you get the same number, roll again.
First up is a 6.
Okay.
Second one is a 4.
Okay.
And final one is a 5.
4, 5, 6.
4, 5,
All right.
6.
So, one of them was named. So that's good for you.
Oh, heck yeah.
But the other two, the other ones were not. So I'm going to it wouldn't be from this. This is something that you would not have access to. So, bring your way over here toward my blue section of the map. You'll see that there are some cards over here. You'll also see that there are some cards over here as well.
Oh, I am finding the cards.
You are finding the cards. Both them, all 3 of these seem like they have been, or at least 2 of the 3 of these seem like they have been gone through before. They seem as if people have already kind of gone through and went and gone over just about everything. However, some of them seem to have a couple of things just strewn around as if the person had been hastily grabbed these. I'd like you to draw 3 cards from these 4 piles, and 3 cards from these 4 piles.
Okay.
You can be taken from any one of the piles, but you're going to end up with 3 cards. So in the first hatch, you'll find that there is a large section of preserved canned foods and things like that. However, most of them have been opened, and you see a lot of spaces in some of them have been taken through. You do notice a bunch of other things have been looted and robbed. And on the ground, you do find some trading cards. You find a stop defense card, a warrior returning alive card, and a synchro barrier card. Ooh. Hell yeah. That's pretty good.
All 3 of these are pretty good.
And
Yeah, they are.
in the other one, you come over here and draw 3 cards.
All right, 3 from any of them?
Yep.
Cool. There we go.
You find in another one what appears to be kind of the same thing, only there is a large pile of unfortunately ruined like paperwork and cards that are seemingly on the ground from people who have tossed them off and then they have gotten soaked in the water. However, looking onto a table from what they have probably fallen off from, either again a person or a rat or something had knocked them off, you do see that there are some of them intact on top. One of them is the Tricky. Oh fuck!
Moment?
Oh
Hello.
fuck!
Hello.
That is so good.
Ooh.
Mahavalo.
Mahavalho.
Holy shit, Emerald!
So anyway, I just got the best fucking
And-
draw for Mahavalho. Ooh.
And
It's just the final
actually,
one.
I feel so bad. Actually, I had
Why?
mentioned this before, but if you draw a certain card, I need you to draw again. I had mentioned this earlier in the game. I'm not sure if you were here, but Lindo was here whenever I had
Yeah, I was
mentioned it. I'm very sorry, Emerald. It just now occurred
Oh,
to me. You have to
no.
draw again.
What's wrong with that one? I don't understand.
I'm currently making a new version of that.
No!
It had gotten in here. It had gotten into here too early.
Listen, man, you got tricky over here. You're good.
I'm sorry.
So this one again. Here we
You
go.
get tricky Friday Night Funkin', you're good.
The actual card was Wing Karibo, though.
Yeah.
Another
Yeah.
Wing Karibo. Hell yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
guess
bro.
I can have another Wing Karibo. That's fine.
And finally,
finally,
the Baron of the
Ooh.
Fiend's Sword. Ooh.
oh, that works for me. Hell
Hell
yeah. These are some pretty neat cards.
And finally, you have made your way into the final one. This one looks pristine. However, it looks to be just not really a locker, but like a little bit of like a storage area. And as you look in, you only see one card inside.
One card.
One card is all you see whenever you open the door. As you look to the back, there appears to be a card seemingly inside of a plastic case at the very end. as you go to reach for it and take it, with Shining Angel's light, you're able to see.
Elemental Hero Blade Edge. Ooh.
Nice.
Ooh. I like ye. Ooh. That's a nice card.
You note that you have picked some very nice cards, and if you would like, the rare hunters would be very interested in some of these.
The rare hunters would be interested in these, so
Keep him, my boy.
They were interested in the Majesty card. I don't know.
Yeah, it's for Majesty cards.
I'm just letting you know, obviously you can keep them. I'm just letting you know that they would probably handsomely reward you for some of these.
Mm-hmm.
There
we go. And I shall go ahead and take this back to my side.
Hell yeah. For the first day on the job, you got a lot of looting done, my dude.
Yeah, man. I'm just like, this is what I have to do. Oh man, this is way easier than recycling.
This is way easier than
recycling. Fuck, what have we been doing this whole time?
By the time you are you come out from that area, you kind of like look around, you see the sky from where you are, and you do note that it is getting very late from the small bit of sky you can see. You spend the rest of your time going down the area until you find what appears to be a little bit of a higher area that seems to be piled up with boxes and things, showing that some people do probably come down here every now and then. However, this is around like an hour or so away from where you have found those cards just then.
Mm-hmm.
By the time you get there, it is getting to a point where it is getting dark, and you notice that Shining Angel seems to be giving off a little bit less light as you look to your dual disc, and you note that you've basically had it on for several hours, shining off the brightest light you could possibly imagine.
Well, I didn't think that through. I'm gonna go ahead, take this card off, and head back home.
As you climb up on said boxes, you would make your way out around down here.
Wow.
I believe it would have been definitely Harverman
She
territory.
did say
So it would have been around here.
southeast.
Yeah, but you went southeast, but then you kept walking.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
I kept wandering around wherever the tunnels led me. Cool,
Yeah.
Cool.
Unfortunately for you, you don't have a humongous sense of direction while you're down there.
That is very true. God, if there was like a fucking compass monster, that'd be really useful.
I mean, technically there is. Technically there are fucking monsters like that.
Oh hell yeah, we gotta get us some of those. Some fucking
Just got a ranger for the terrain, you know?
Dual monsters is the best thing in the world.
As you come up from where you are, you try to like get a bit of a lay of the land from where you go. You look around, you note that the moon seems to be rising off a little bit from you. But from that, you're able to somewhat get a bit of an idea of where you are. It does take you basically the rest of the night to get home and collapse into your bed.
Mm-hmm. Or whatever mattress / couch I am using.
You collapse into your couch.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, the house the apartment you're in is actually decently nice. It's just every now and then you hear like a coming from the buildings around you. As like things seem to be settling in this area.
You see, you know what? He has such a nice house. He actually has a king-sized bed.
It's a water bed.
It's a water bed. So whenever the place shakes, I feel it.
As the night passes, you get up around midday, not midday, like around like mid-morning the next day. You note that again, it is not the time that Crystal should be back over in the underground, but I mean, you're kind of really interested in checking out more stuff. As you look to the cards you had gotten the day before, most of these are good even for like Neo Domino like quality. Like it's these would
especially
even
that elemental hero, like holy shit.
You've never even heard of Elemental Hero Blade Edge before
I haven't
now.
even heard of him.
Have not even
I also
heard
got
of him.
The Tricky, which is a weird card.
Hmm.
That's a weird sounding card. He's really neat. Honestly, if I didn't know any better, he and Elemental Blade Edge were from the same like set, but obviously not because he's not called Elemental Hero or anything. But then I got another Wing Karibo, which is a nice little friend for my other Wing Karibo.
Yeah. The other
Now
Wing
that I have
Karibo, which
two
you
of
don't
them-
have in your deck.
Which I don't have in my deck, but now I could actually consider putting in the fucking deck. I can actually consider that.
Speaking of
Oh.
considering things, you consider for a moment, maybe just like chilling out for the day and doing things, and you find yourself absent-mindedly just walking back to the underground.
Yeah, he probably would walk. He would probably not even walk that way either. He would probably retrace his steps back to where he left the other.
Oh,
way
you
that he
could
went in.
definitely try to make your way
So
that way.
So at the same time, not just going back to the underground, but exploring more of the city in the same day. Probably not get much done in the underground at that point, but I mean, there's tons of stuff under there, and he's got the whole day.
You would make your way back. Upon doing so, you start to look like at one point that you want to like make your way back toward the middle of town, except you hear like what appears to be several very strange and loud like noises happening from the middle of town today. You've been here long enough to understand the sounds of gang violence.
It's a good thing I went this way and not that way.
And you're like,
Nope. Let's go back finding more cards, because this is actually far more lucrative than I thought it would be.
As you get around here, I would like you to roll me for your finesse as you are trying to get
Hell
down into the
yeah.
underground.
Hell yeah. My good stat, my good boy stat.
Your good boy stat. Roll me for that good boy
Let's
stat.
go. 7. I need to start putting these inspirations in. Fuck. I keep forgetting I have them.
You make your way down. You kind of trip a little bit on the pile of boxes that are down here to make your way down. But at that point, you start retracing your steps back through the underground toward the area that you had found before. But it isn't fantastic. Again, you have very little direction going in here. As you are not sure if you're going southeast or northwest or who knows where the hell you're going.
Who knows, man?
Who knows? You wander around for a little bit. You do find what appears to be another little alcove that is like a maintenance hatch that you try to open up, but it seems to be locked from the other side. As you step away, you hear what it can only be described as a large splash from deeper into the underground.
A splash. I guess you might go check that out.
As you start making your way towards said splash, you at first heard like a bit more splashing, but then everything seemed to have gone quiet after a minute or so. As you continue making your way through the underground, heading off toward where the direction was, you give a note to yourself that you're heading toward strange noises, and you're like, this is fine.
I have no willpower. It's fine.
Upon making your way through, you find, upon stepping out a little bit more, that it is you looking up. You can see that the sky at the very least is decently visible around where you are. As you're looking up and kind of like checking things out, stepping. You finally look a little bit ahead with Shining Angel giving you a little bit more of a light as you see what must have made that splashing sound.
What made that splashing sound? A boy!
You see what appears to be a boy in the water, face down. As you look down at the water that seems to be collected rainwater, you note that around the boy there appears to also be floating around him several trading cards.
Oh no, the card! He's gonna try to save the cards.
You rush over to him and you start picking up the cards from around the boy.
They're in the water. They're the most important thing in the world.
Of course. As you start like picking up some of the cards around. Fuck, dude, let's go for it.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's bring this back over here.
You're gonna fucking loot everything before this game is over. You're gonna have 2 decks by the end of this game. And we're gonna be like, what the fuck?
Listen, at the very very least, they're going to be for Lindo. So maybe Lindo should draw
I
them.
better get them back.
Lindo, you should draw
Mike
them.
is going to beat you up. You're gonna die.
I think that Emerald
You're
needs to
picking them.
grab these.
I'm unconscious. I'm picking them. I mean, you're picking them. I'm unconscious.
All right.
I need 3 cards from these 4 and 3 cards from these 4, Emerald.
Yeah, drawing.
And then after you draw them, before we reveal them, I want you to roll me for your finesse. To see if any of them get ruined.
All right. I've drawn all 6. My finesse, you say?
Gotta get that
See how
inspiration for the
quickly
hardest things in the
how
world.
quickly you got to them.
1, 2. Because they're yellow, I can't actually see like the outline to grab them. So I will roll 3. So plus
Gonna get a
4.
+4. You also have
Plus 4.
quite a lot of fleetings.
I do.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 fleetings.
All right, let's save his
Heck
cards,
yeah.
boys. 5.
Save my cards.
18.
18.
18's pretty good.
18's
Hey,
I mean, with the fucking
19's
bonuses you have
better.
already.
19's
Okay.
pretty good.
So
17.
keep going one more time.
Oh, one more time. All right.
You're literally just sitting on bonuses, dude. Don't worry, those cards are fine.
So
So-
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
Oh, but fucking-
altogether.
I'm gonna
26.
give you with that 1 extra card.
Hell yeah. Let's see
Heck
what cards I
yeah.
saved
All
for you,
right.
Lindo.
Let's see what you got. Starting from the left, Ukazi, Tuner
Fire.
Capture, Wabaku,
Wabaku, alright.
hey,
Scapegoat,
Scapegoat.
hey. The dragons.
Winged Dragon,
Winged
Guardian of the
Dragon.
Fortress, Despair from the
Spare
Dark,
From the dark. Ooh.
and Level Eater.
Level Eater.
Of,
Leader.
of course he has Level Eater.
Of
Look at the
course.
cards I saved for you, boy. Look at them.
Thank you.
We'll see. I'll just keep these out because there's gonna be a couple more rolls with these today.
Oh boy. You're like, we're gonna be here for a little bit.
As you get these 7 cards, you're like, "Whoo! I saved the cards." And you look over, you're like, "Hey, guy, it's fine. I saved your cards." You notice the bubbles have stopped.
Oh no! I go for the boy. I pull him up. My boy.
You go to lift him up out of the water. You start dragging him over to the side. As you do, you have a boyo on the dry-ish section of the underground, just sort of like unconscious.
Quick, pick him up with your hair. That's the strongest muscle in your body.
I guess my boy's gonna try to do the CPR thing.
Okay, let's fucking go. Roll me experience.
Experience. Thank God it's not a 0.
Go for chest compressions first, not the kiss.
No, he's going straight for the kiss. That seems like, I don't know.
Straight for the
We'll
kids.
see. We'll see what happens. If he gets high enough on experience, maybe he'll start with the chest compressions.
So 4. Let's see what I get. 6. So 10.
Roll me 3 more times.
No, I want the kiss.
7. 13. And finally 9. So 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
As you get him off to the side, you remember in the first aid training you got back in camp that your uncle had taken you to when you were a kid. And as you do, you bring him over. You do some chest compressions. You try to open up the airwave. You unfortunately find that there's nothing to it, and you do have to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Which, luckily enough, with that experience, I'll say that because of your time in scouts, you're good at. You're not like licensed, but you knew what to do.
I guess I was in the scouts, guys.
You were in the scouts, man.
Congratulations!
Your
You
uncle,
are
your
now
uncle,
the
your
only
uncle signed you.
doctor in the satellite.
Your uncle signed you up for the scouts, man, when you were younger. You went door to door selling cookies.
You are officially the most qualified doctor in the satellite, pending now.
You see, he signed me up for the Girl Scouts, so
You see,
They
he
couldn't
tried.
tell with your gigantic ponytail.
He tried to sign you up for for the reptile scouts, but you got into the fairy scouts instead.
Uh,
I was in the reptile scouts. They showed you lizards.
they were very nice to me there. They liked playing with my hair.
As after a bit of time, Riku, you begin to feel like a consciousness coming back to you as you start coughing up and water seems to be coming up from you. You see as you do, like you see beside of you there is a boy who has apparently pulled you off to the side here and has gotten you out of the water that you had landed in. You remember when you had fell down here that you had not only fallen into water, but you kept going, and you had smashed down onto metal, and then after you had smashed down onto metal, with the last bit of consciousness that you had in you, you had seen your dualness start to spark. And after you cough things up and you look over to your dual disc, you see what appears to be a fried dual disc on your arm.
Well, this thing's useless.
I'm sorry. I was able to save some of your cards.
Which ones? I hope they were the dragons.
There was a dragon.
I'm gonna look at those cards.
As you sit up, you see that he starts handing cards over to you. You note that it's faster if you check which ones are gone yourself, so you start checking your deck boxes on your arms and then on your side. As you check the first one on your arm and you notice it's open, the entire deck is gone out of it. You're like, oh, that's no matter. You have this one and you go to your other arm and it's open, and most of your cards are out of it.
Oh.
And then you go to your waist and you find that it is somewhat open, but there are still cards in it. But you note that those are basically your extras, and also that other deck you had made is in there.
Oh. Okay. Well, thanks for saving my cards.
Yeah, and I guess you were kind of drowning there. I'm glad that you're okay.
Oh, drowning. Okay. I was out of it a lot because I'm pretty sure I got electrocuted at some point.
I'm fine though. There's no problem.
I'm fine.
I'm fine. Okay.
I'm glad that you're okay after that.
Yeah, roll me for your resistance, my dude. Roll me for that resilience right here. See how you're feeling after all that. Let me give you your dice.
Give him the dice.
Let's see your buff ass, your fucking fists.
Let me get you your dice, my dude. Go ahead and change these to a different couleur.
I have never seen anyone assemble their points in this way. This is giving me something. You're a fucking narc. What is this?
You do have one fleeting from Grim Tuesday earlier.
Yeah. Let me roll these. So
Oh my god.
plus 6.
Okay.
And then
You have a plus
roll
9 altogether for your resilience.
3 and second roll.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey. That is a 17 altogether. You're feeling okay. As okay as someone who just got beat up and thrown down a hole could feel.
I feel surprisingly good.
As you check
somehow.
yourself out, you feel like that you're really sore, and like obviously from the fight that you had gotten into just before coming down here, which you barely remember. You notice that there is like some scuffs, some scuffs from like punches and kicks and stuff that you were giving and receiving.
Oh yes, from all those 50 gang members.
Definitely 50. I mean, to be fair, at some point you started seeing triples, so maybe.
I I play my spell card, attack and receive.
Multiply was used.
But no, you feel surprisingly okay. Like obviously you're still very sore, but
Mhm.
as you stand up and begin to look around, you note that you're all right. You feel like you can move.
Oh, okay. I'm much more stronger than I look.
Yeah. My goodness.
Name
I'm Otto.
Riku.
Well, Riku, it's nice to meet you. Jeez, what happened to you?
Oh, would you like the short version or the long version?
I guess the short version.
I told someone to fuck off, and he brought his friends along.
Oh, okay.
I told someone to fuck off and he threw me down a hole.
What was mean of them?
I mean, to be fair, they suck.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, the crawls are just terrible.
Yeah, I've been doing my best to avoid them.
Smart.
I will note
Although I'm
Riku
gonna
as I will note Riku as you look around and things seem to somewhat restabilize themselves in your vision. You will note that this man who has saved you does have a very intricate looking criminal mark on his head. And again, most thoughts are to stay away from criminals in the satellite. Obviously, you never know what they're down here for.
But then you
True,
notice how short he
but
is
he's-
compared to you. So
Did you look down?
I look at him. I think I can easily kill him if he tries anything.
You're like, I could kill you.
Yeah, I can drown you. This was your mistake.
what?
Don't worry about it.
He's just, just a little.
It's kind of backing
You know,
off.
his dual disc is, it's already active, but it's like he's thinking, do I need to activate the thingy?
I don't know. This guy just got shocked and thrown down a hole. What can this duel disc do to him? Do you want to hand him? Do you want to hand him his cards?
Yeah, I would have if he was looking through them himself.
If he has me my cards, I'm gonna give him one.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna give me a card?
I'm gonna give him level. Yeah, it's not a dragon.
But neither is Despair from the Dark.
Yeah, but I'm
Lindo,
not giving you
piece
that.
of
I don't know you.
piece of advice from one player to another.
Mhm.
Don't say what you like, because then you'll get then they'll give you a human that you'll have an attachment to and be like, God damn it, I don't want an attachment to this human, but you get one anyway.
Listen,
actually,
I'm
take
not
the
having a ladybug.
Actually, take the ladybug.
Wait,
Here you
ladybug.
go.
Well, it looks like a ladybug.
Yeah,
Oh.
Thank you. You didn't have to.
I mean, I
wasn't able to
assumed you
save any
helped
of the
me.
other ones. I feel bad.
Don't feel bad. This is the crawler's fault, and they'll pay. But first, I need to find a dual disc. Is your dual disc?
I can take you.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I can do the whole whoosh thing with it. I wouldn't try.
I fell through a building and fought multiple people. I think I can take a whoosh. But that's not the point.
I mean, right now we're pretty far underground, as far as I know.
If I killed you, no one would know. I'm kidding.
No.
Um,
You don't know what they put me away for. I could be crazy. But nah. Well, right now I've been scavenging underground. Maybe we. could-
scavenging.
yeah.
Maybe I can
it's-
find a new dual disc.
That's what I was gonna say. Find a new dual disc. Find some replacement cards. They leave the people that were, I guess, in the past just left a lot of good things down here. I even got like this.
I'm gonna ask you not to show it me because I might beat you up.
I've got a good couple of cards already.
There we go.
Shall we look for more?
Yes, yes, we shall.
Cool, Riku.
Riku has
So-
joined the party.
It's like not
Now.
for you, but you know.
And I feel like Riku deserves some spotlight for some backstory spotlight. What are you
Well,
doing?
unfortunately, Riku
It's
Riku
fine.
doesn't have a ton that he can
My
show of his
My
backstory right now.
backstory is pretty simple. Like, I got beat up, fell through a hole, and met you.
Oh, okay.
That's
Well,
everything
listen, I
that's
just
ever
feel
happened
bad
in my
about
life.
Taking an hour and a half of time, okay?
Social
We
Yes.
can hang out and vibe.
Riku will now die for you.
Listen, don't make it love at first sight at this point. I already ship the two. Don't make it worse.
Yeah, dude, no, I'm down for this. Let's go.
Like, I already drew them in the Sasuke Naruto pose up here.
Yeah, you're right. No, I dig it. Let's go.
Oh
We're
no!
just upside down.
Oh
It's
no!
Too bad Riku. It's too bad
Neo
Riku is
Alpha
dragon
ship.
sexual.
Don't ask about the backflip. I just drew that. There was no reason for it.
It's too bad he is dragon sexual.
Too bad he's dragon sexual.
Hey,
Dragging these nuts across your
Listen.
sexual.
Listen. Okay,
Oh
pay
no,
attention-
my!
Pay attention to the art here, the Sasuke art. Okay, and dragon.
and he's a dragon. Oh, we did it.
That's a vampire.
He's
Oh,
a dragon
Dragon
pirate.
Boy.
He also
See,
See,
needs
I'm the new
tits.
Dragon Maid card.
You guys start to make your way, going off further into the underground. As you guys do, you start letting him know that that you're trying to like check out the southeast of the city. You're pretty sure that you were getting some vibes. There was a bunch of stuff that could possibly be of use. And around that point, Riku would probably tell you, I mean, you weren't thrown down you weren't thrown down here in the southeast of the city. You were around the middle of the city. So,
Oh.
as you guys like look up and begin to like kind of get your bearings a bit, you start leading Otto a little bit further in, trusting on any sort of hunch he might have, Riku, because first off, none of your senses are fantastic right now from being thrown down and beaten the shit out of. But also, if you keep going down this part of the waterway, you might run into some more of your cards that got washed away. Who knows?
Hooray!
Hopefully.
As you
Hopefully.
guys continue off in this direction, the first thing I want for both of you to do is roll me for your instinct.
Otto also would probably mention that if he finds any of the Majesty cards, that he is looking for them.
Do you want to mention the Majesty cards to
Do I
Riku?
want to mention that? Hold on. Let me do a quick roll first for your roll.
You already
Okay,
kissed him. Come on.
Okay, so he does not mention that. I rolled 19 on that one that was for
Good.
myself, not for your roll, Pico. So he's wise enough not to mention that.
Okay, so this is
Okay,
your
good.
I
instinct.
was
would have
an
kept that
18.
shit.
Roll me another 2 instincts.
Okay, that's an 18 instinct. This is
That
10,
is plus 5, and then I'll do my
5.
And Riku,
Cool.
roll me 2 times.
cool. I rolled a 5 on that, so I rolled twice. 8 and 8. 8 plus 5, 13.
As you guys are making your way down, you will note that after a little bit of time, Otto does point out that there are a couple of cards that seem to have gotten caught over at one of the rain drains, one of the drains that are in the subway area. That you see what appears to be 3 cards stuck on the drain, a little bit away from where you guys have met.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
they're
what this
probably mine.
Unfortunately, what this probably means is any of the other cards that potentially weren't taken above have probably gone down that drain and continued to beyond anywhere you guys can get. But there are still 3 cards right there. As
So basically, pick one from any of them. Just 3.
Nope. Give me one moment.
Mm.
And Emerald, pick one of these stacks. Okay. Riku, pick one of these stacks.
Boop.
And I'll pick this stack. All right, Riku, draw 3 cards from any of these stacks.
Gotcha. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, you didn't have to do all 3, but that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
See what 3 cards you find. Imperial Iron Wall.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Masaki, the legendary swordsman. And
Ooh.
Giga!
Heck yeah.
Giga!
Against that fucking card.
Giga.
Giga!
Heck yeah.
Perfect.
My old deck was great, I guess.
My old deck was amazing. It had Giga in it.
I was winning.
I was what you would call a winner.
I was king of the satellite. I'm gonna give Masaki to our boy Otto.
Otto, you get tossed Masaki, the legendary swordsman, as you sort of like fumble at it and get it in the dark. Shining Angel still giving you guys a little bit of a light down here.
Oh, thank you.
Consider it prepayment for finding me a dual disc.
Okay.
You don't want to bring up that Masaki, the legendary swordsman, probably is not worth the equivalent amount of a dual disc, but you know.
It's like 0.50 cents, brother.
Fine.
As you guys continue down, you pass by the area you had went into before, Otto. Whenever you had seen all those different places that had seemingly very good cards in them. As you get there, you do mention it to Riku. Riku, you see that there are several of them that still seem sealed up and locked. Otto, there was no way for you to go into those. They were very much locked away and very much like heavily bolted. Riku, looking at them for you, they don't seem out of the range of hitting until they open.
Gotcha.
You feel like a good kick or a good punch around some of the sides of this might get one or two of them to just fall off their hinges.
Gotcha. I look at hold this. Take off my jacket and shirt.
Oh my, you're ripped.
You begin to, get ready to start punching them.
Oh my.
Muda.
All right, I will give you 2 chances because there are
Yeah.
2 of these things you could potentially open up. Roll me for your resilience in both cases.
Gotcha. Free inspo again. Roll that. That's 4.
And roll again.
4 plus 18.
Roll me one more time for the first one. 16. All right, the first one will be 18. Roll me for the second one.
Gotcha. I'll roll this one flat. Let me move these away.
Okay.
Toy.
Oh. Well then.
That will unfortunately use Fate Person's Fleeting, but that's a 20. No one can really complain on a 20.
Mhm.
No one can complain on a 20 here. As you go over, you sort of just like go over toward them. You wrench the first one open by grabbing at the bits of it that are sticking out. You kind of like wrench it. You hear like the sound of metal scraping on metal as you pull one of them open and look inside. The other one, you make your way over after taking everything from the first one, and you kind of just give a kick onto the side of it as it just seems to like knock it straight off from the slight warped angle it was on. And as you have kicked it off, the door of it seems to have flown off of it, not like freaking far away, but it did seem to fly off from the hinges and slam into the wall beside of one of the other ones as the hinge just sort of opened upwards, and then one of them just goes and like opens.
Oh wow, how lucky.
There we go.
As we are
My
going to go
clothes.
for the last one of these that I have scripted.
Hey.
Cool. I'll take my jacket and shirt back.
I will
Oh
let
my.
you roll for 2 of these right off the bat, but the fourth one I'd like you to roll me a d8 for. So first things first, go ahead and I'll shuffle them for you. Get 3 cards from any of those decks.
Gotcha.
If you get like 3, it have to be from like basically choose spell or trap for your 3, or like choose spell, trap, or monster for your 3, and then go for it.
Cool.
So like if you choose this side, you have to get 3 from this side.
Okay, yeah, I'm cool with that. Are these monsters, yeah?
Those are all magic and trap.
Okay, cool. This side is monsters, yeah.
Yes.
Gotcha. 1, 2, 3.
All right. Your first one is Misaki the Legendary Swordsman.
And
He
he
was very popular
returns.
back in the day.
Gemini Elf. Ooh.
Heck yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, hello.
And Illusionist Faceless Mage.
Oh.
Hey.
As you have gone up into this one, you have found like a slightly decent looking area. It seems to have been full of a storage that seemed to have been bolted pretty well shut. However, looking into it, it seems that a lot of mold seems to have been captured into a lot of the sides of it. There apparently was a large crack potentially that had happened back when the city basically exploded. And a lot of the things had been gotten into, but the last little box seemed to have had these three things in it. And all the other cards in it seem to have been basically destroyed for quite a long time.
Yeah.
But these 3 seem decently pristine. Always sleeve your cards, kids.
Always see the cards.
All right, choose another side, magic trap or monsters.
Monsters, let's keep going.
All right, draw me 3 more after I shuffle here. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
There you go.
1, 2, and 3.
This is basically to get you guys on the same level of extra cards as the other 2 players.
Oh wow, what?
We get Morph King Stigigel.
He's back, boys.
Heck yeah. We get Warrior Digrapher.
Oh.
And we get Heroic Legacy Strider. Hey, the boy is
Hey.
back.
The boy.
Da boy.
The boy.
Ta-ta-ta-ta. And finally, I need you to roll me a D8. You might just roll again from those things, but we'll see.
Yeah. Which one's a D8?
This one.
There we go. Thank you.
8. 2. I lied. You're not gonna roll. You're not gonna roll again on one of these. You're gonna roll twice on one of these.
Gotcha.
So you're gonna basically get 6 more cards. Go ahead and
Hey.
decide which side.
We'll go for spells and traps and then some monsters again.
Okay.
1, 2, and 3.
Bloop. Emergency provisions. Compulsion evacuation device. And reverse trap. And the other 3.
Hey. 1, 2, and 3.
Feral Imp.
Mm.
Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke. And Archfiend Soldier. Hey.
Oh.
As you find some really good cards in here, as you look around, you see that this appears to be a bit of a storage for what you can only tell with how easily the door had opened. Potentially, this might be where like some old gang members had stashed some cards before.
He's just gonna smirk at that. Fuck gangs.
Yo, same.
You're working for the Rare Hunters.
I mean, they're not a gang. They're all.
They're more like a cult, really.
More
It's fine.
Oh,
That's
that's
better.
slightly
Well-
better, I guess.
Well, they're not as culty as they were before when they were called ghouls. Mm-hmm.
I heard they were called ghouls during like ancient history.
Back when, like, motorcycles weren't rampant among the streets.
I know, a
For
terrible
dueling?
time.
Yes, the worst time of all.
Back when that Seto Kaiba mythology started around. There's no way a man like that
Don't
existed.
talk about Kaibaism.
You don't talk about my Lord and Savior that way. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You don't talk about Kaiba man like that.
as you guys have a pretty successful little raid of this area, you will also note, Otto, as you are making your rounds out, that you see what appears to be like a far off away from you light at the end of this tunnel. It's kind of interesting to give a note of that. The two of you start
More
making your
light.
way there to see kind of where you're at. However, on your way to there, you hear.
Did you say something?
I crack my knuckles.
Was that you, Riku?
No, prepare for a fight.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Well. Someone who woke up today and decided violence, I see.
No, I got thrown down a hole today and decided violence.
I guess it was chosen for him.
You guys,
He's just looking around. Like,
you guys
where's
are
this
looking
coming
around
from?
trying to see if you can find anything. Even with Shining Angel's light, nothing immediately comes to play until, Otto, whenever you look behind you, you do note what appears to be a bit of a strange darkness a little bit away from you, where Shining Angel's light isn't really piercing through.
What, does somebody have like a darkness monster over there? Like, what's going on?
No.
Reverse
No.
light?
You mentioned this out loud as you look back over toward it, Riku. You see what appears to be almost like something blocking the light of Shining Angel reaching a certain area in the radius.
I'm gonna go straight for it.
You make your way over. You rush forward. As you do, roll me for your finesse. See if you can get there in a good time to give it the whacking it deserves.
Use free.
See if you can
I'm
whack
gonna
it.
punch Van-
Go, you
I'm
son of
gonna punch
Adonis.
Van Bila.
Go, King, go!
5. Da-da-da. I didn't choose violence. Violence chose me.
And there we go. I completed the art.
14,
I needed
19.
Triska and Piper there.
Oh, let's see here. Hey, Pipe. Oh no. Hey, Piper, can we have gays? We have gays at home. Gays at home. As you rush off toward it, you make your way there almost in a flash, Riku. As you punch out toward what this darkness is, you catch nothing in your fist, but you do note that as you punch it, the dark like area of it, the whatever was there seems to almost come with you a bit with your on your knuckles, as it almost seems to stream off from your knuckles a bit. You look to it for a second and like kind of step back before. Oh, well, we can't very well have that. Oh, that's a fairy, isn't it? No wonder. Hold on a moment. You hear a snapping sound as all of a sudden Shining Angel disappears.
Ah!
Bro, they fucking killed him.
He immediately just looks to his dual disc like, did it have batteries already?
Stay back off.
As
Didn't
this
plan on
happens,
moving.
you guys hear footsteps coming from a little bit close to where Riku is. As Riku, you look over, and now you can actually somewhat see the person in front of you. You see what appears to be a man making his way over, seemingly with a not him, seemingly with a nice like violet looking suit and a large smile on his face. You immediately take a note of this man doesn't look human. Otto, you staying back where you are?
He might go forward a little bit. I mean,
We'll take it
he's like,
slow. We'll just come
Oh, hey, is that a cosplayer?
I was just about to ask the same thing. Strange hobby to pick up in the satellite.
Hobby? I have a lot of strange hobbies. What are yours?
Punching.
You seem pretty good at it.
I mean, if I was good, I would have hit you.
I wouldn't take offense to it. It's hard to be punching up, if you know what I mean. However,
Okay, so what do you want?
oh, what do I want? I noticed a couple of lost little puppies going through my stream, and I couldn't help but want to help them. Is that not enough?
No, everyone wants something. Name your price.
Well, I do have a few things in mind that could be of use to both of us. He looks back. He looks back over your shoulder toward Otto. And you're in this conversation too, you know.
I'm a
You're
step
you're one of the
aside.
small puppies that I found.
I mean, yeah, I am kind of small, but I'm 5'5" with the hair.
No, you ain't.
Why did you say but as if... Wait, did you think I thought you were shorter? That's shorter than I thought you were.
Well, you're not the only lost puppies that I have in my stream, if you understand me. A couple of, well, a few people that I were a little bit more invested in, unfortunately decided that they weren't that invested in me. So, I'd like to find them if I could.
And what's in it for us?
Right to the chase. Unfortunately, I can't find them myself. They are a bit out of my influence. But I do know which way they went. And
I mean,
in exchange, well, I could offer you the same thing I've offered them. Access to my wonderful wares.
oh, you're a shopkeeper?
A dealer. One of
Oh,
many
dealer.
in these places.
I mean, I can guess why you wouldn't want to travel around. You're in a very nice suit, and it's pretty gross down here.
And it's not every day that I come across people who so easily wander into my neck of the woods. Usually it takes a very special sort of person that, fortunately, from what I can tell from both of you, neither of you have the spark, normally. But
I
if
mean,
we're
my
this
dual
close...
disc is electrocuting me, so
But if we're this close, it doesn't matter if you don't have the spark. Here, I'm just as real as any of you.
Well, yeah, you're a person. You could this guy's being able
Oh,
to
I'm
say
more
weird
than a
things.
person, Mr. 5'5".
Oh?
Deco, do I recognize the card at all?
Roll me experience. See if you've ever seen the card or any variants thereof of the card.
And unfortunately,
do a
we
straight
don't
roll.
know Emerald's true height because the Pokédex only goes to a certain amount before it's just the same number.
With this card in particular, unfortunately, you don't really know it too well. You can tell that it's some sort of you can tell that it is some sort of a monster of sorts. Maybe it's a dual monster, or maybe again that it is just someone cosplaying.
Gotcha. Name?
You can call me the Wicked Phantom Dealer.
Riku.
Hello there, Riku. And Mr. 5'5"?
I'm Otto. I guess you have a weird title you want to go by. I guess there are a lot of weird people in the satellite now.
You'll find that the longer you stay here, the weirder things get. But things aren't going to be very interesting if I lose those others to certain individuals. So, what do you think?
Depends. Can you get me a dual disc?
A dual disc? Something like that seems easy.
Then I guess I will lead you to them. I don't know about Uh-oh.
I mean, I'd rather not get lost down here.
I mean, you can walk with me. You just don't have to make a deal with him.
But I mean, if he's got wares, I mean, I don't really know that many places beyond like food and stuff up there. I mean, if he...
Yeah, Riku, don't stop him from enjoying my wares. Come on. Where's your heart? I heard you humans have those.
Mine probably fell out when I dropped through that hole.
It's not the only body part you're missing, though, am I right?
Glare.
Oh, spicy. Did I touch a nerve? Well, before I do much else. Here, take this. He hands you what appears to be a card.
I will take a card.
He hands you a card that, as you look at it, seems to be an exact replica of the man you see in front of you.
Oh, come on.
Hmm? What is it?
You're just gonna give me a card of you.
Oh, I'm not giving it to you. I need this to find. You'll need this to find those others. As I said, neither of you have the spark, and in order to go where they are, you'll need to have someone like that with you. So, to be fair, he seems to look the two of you over. Maybe that spark isn't completely missing. There could be a shred of a piece of a tiny lick of an ember still going on through the two of you.
I really want to say something, but it's also Otto wouldn't make any comment on it.
I really love it when people insult me when I'm trying to help them, I guess.
I wasn't trying to insult you. But I will say I was trying to get at least a bit of a rise, to see where things went with it. I enjoy seeing just how far people go, what they care about, and, in essence, what they might do to, well, see certain wrongs righted. Tell me, Riku, what would you do to make sure that certain wrongs got righted?
I'm a rope for Riku. How far is he going?
How far gone is Riku?
Am I gonna go?
Are we looking for the high
How
numbers
low
being
can you
gone
go?
or low numbers being gone?
Low.
You're pretty far, apparently.
I'm willing to kill someone.
Oh,
Oh,
interesting.
just noticed a little backing up. Like, oh.
You said the
You,
back was like Pog?
you have piqued my interest. To want someone dead for something that has slighted you. Well,
They didn't just slight me, they slighted a bunch of people who are also dead.
ah.
An eye for an eye, as he points to his eye.
Oh. One moment, Riku. I have to ask you something. Are you a very good swimmer?
Yes.
And you understand what I say when I say that?
I believe I do.
Interesting. So you're the one. You're one of the ones responsible for those gems, then. Perhaps
Riku's
that's
just
where
gonna
that
smile
little.
at that.
Perhaps that's where that little ember is, still inside of you. Though, I can tell that there is a little bit of an ember inside that deck of yours as well. I wonder which way you're going to go. I wonder just what you'll do whenever you have your opportunity for revenge. And I wonder how much of it I can be a part of.
I mean, any tool for revenge is useful. Give me a duel this and I'll keep you with me.
Oh, that won't be necessary. In fact, once we're done with this little situation, you can hand that right back to me. However, once you do, full access to all of my wares to both of you. With the proper amount of payment, of course.
Of course.
And a dual disc for you. That I will promise. One dual disc
Slight
for Riku.
counter-offer.
One dual disc for Riku, and maybe even a couple of cards thrown your way, Otto.
That would be nice, yes. He says not wanting to say anything about, the murder, the plans.
It's like, oh, sounds great. They're gonna kill me? Oh no.
Bitch, you have a criminal mark.
You don't know what for.
I don't think tax evasion's the same thing as. Okay, it is the same thing as murder. I
You
lied.
have you had said something while he was saying that.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say keep
Counter
your end of
offer.
the deal, or else I'll make sure I tear your card into pieces and then throw it into the crater.
Well, you're always trying to find that one leg up in the conversation, aren't you? You see,
I mean,
I don't very well care exactly what you do with that card. Just know the deal is to release it. If it is not released, well, perhaps you might not have the chance for the revenge you so seek. I'd like to ask you something, Riku. Let's say power is determined by those little cards you hold right there. Looking at that card there, if you could give even a thought looking at me as to how powerful I am, and then looking back to yourself, how many of those stars would you give yourself in comparison to me?
Myself?
Where do you think you add up? And then tell me if I
Um,
should be afraid or not.
Let me just roll for Riku. How much of a... Congratulations, you guys found a new villain.
Oh my god. 16 stars. Take it or leave it.
10, 12, give or take.
Oh, then excuse me, sir. I'll step out of your way. See the smell as well as I can. You'll have no problem dealing with that in front of you then. Shall I lead you to where I believe they disappeared to?
Yeah, let's go.
You're not going to get cold feet, are you, Otto?
No, I'm already in this deep. I may as well keep going.
I was asked for a duel disc from your partner here, but you seem to be satisfied with just a couple of cards. Surely there's something in this world you want.
I mean, there are particular cards that I'm looking for, but
Oh,
I guess that can wait for later.
I suppose it could wait for later. Though, given a little bit of, preparation on my part would be preferable. Are they cards that, what are you willing to do for them? But that's one question that we can talk about later. But if you would like to give me the names of said cards, I can be sure they're available to you as soon as my shop's open. What exactly are you looking for? What can I give you, Otto? Oh, there's a dog over there.
Oh no, an actual puppy has fallen down. We need to rescue it.
Oh, there it goes, off into the distance. Going down the stream, another lost puppy into the waters.
I won't save it.
Oh, there it is again. Never mind, it can swim.
Oh, it can swim.
Oh,
Thank goodness.
you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. He seems to think he
Yeah.
can get them for you if, in decent haste, if you're able to let him know what cards he needs to get you.
Yeah, but it's like, I'm looking for the Majesty cards, and I was like, I don't know if I could say that to him either.
That's up to you.
I've had some of my cards stolen from me due to being in prison.
Stolen.
And yes,
Oh.
I guess out of all of them, I'm looking for another sword hunter.
Sword Hunter. Oh, that's a decently rare card there.
It is.
But not out of my grasp, especially if you have as much of a connection to it as you believe you do. Honestly, it might be decently easy, though unfortunately, the fools that I mentioned to you before have already taken up what little bit of power I have to create a pack that may be able to hold that kind of a card, but perhaps there could be a way. We'll see. we'll see what exactly things look forward for you. If I can,
All right then.
if I can, who exactly or why exactly were they taken from you?
Well,
How much
you
of a
see,
connection do you have to this card? Let me know, and it would be much easier if you have a strong connection.
it was a card given to me for one of my birthdays a good couple years ago by my uncle.
Ah, sentimental.
Mm. And it was taken after I guess the sector security decided that they were going to look through my cards and then release me with whatever I had left.
Ah, the man keeping you down, of course. Did I say that right?
Yes, you did.
It's so interesting. All right. Well, the two of you, if you wish to have your sword hunter and you wish to have your dual disc, now is the time to listen to what I say and let us make our way away. At some point, you may think that I'm no longer with you, Riku, but I'm not too far away as long as you're holding on to that, all right?
Understood. Throw it out.
Alright.
Oh,
Ah,
oh,
I guess you're with me now.
same to you then, Otto.
Yes, I'll make sure this is safe.
Yeah, I
It was a
might
deal.
kill him. You'll keep him safe if he annoys you.
I don't get annoyed that easily.
Venture forth!
Wait.
Wicked Phantom Dealer has joined the party! Whee!
Do 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 do.
I guess we'll follow Wicked Fam Dealer.
As you
Away.
guys start making your way off in that direction, Piper, Priska,
Hold on, I'm making edits to my Family Guy fall sprite.
Do you ever feel like we have gays at home, Priska? This is not the time to ask it, but did you ever get
Hold
a
on.
feeling?
Hold on, I don't like my hands. I'm correcting my hands. Hold on.
Priska, get off the floor. We're supposed to put these to get dragons.
And I'm changing the shading of me slightly.
That's my job, stop.
Well, work on it.
You and Sammy feel murderous intent.
I feel like me and Guilty have been mostly doing all the work here.
No, absolutely. Yeah, look at my hands.
And first it's like, I just need a little break. Just a little one. I'll be right there.
Just a little more. Just a little more. You
We're
see,
working.
you see Scrapyard Dealer just smiling, looking down the hole of the large pile that was created as you guys are making your way back and forth with more and more scrap. As you go back and pick some up, Piper, you do see that Priska is unfortunately indisposed at the moment.
Long live the king. Priska, I speak more, but currently I have food in my mouth. I wasn't expecting it to start right now.
I found the sandwich in the garbage. Yum, yum.
You promised you'd feed me.
You don't want this?
I do. Throw it in my mouth.
Sure, man. You can have half the sandwich then. Catch it. I don't know where your neck begins or your arm does.
Hold on, Nika. Slightly adjusted just because it was bothering me.
Please. Do you need help?
I'll be fine in a second.
I don't think you'll be better in a second. I have a feeling you're going to get worse.
You're only gonna get worse until you get better.
You're better.
There.
All right, let me grab your thing here.
It's important.
It's important to you. It's understandable. I understand.
There's only one trope that can get a woman to contort like that, and it's possession. I need to find that Kaiba Bible.
Otherwise known as a Kybal.
The Kaiba. They didn't teach me this in the Kaiba.
And there you are.
There we go. Okay. Just
I
one slide.
can't tell the fucking difference.
You know what I've noticed?
What?
Huh?
I don't know if people can hear it in the stream, but I've had Duel Links on in the background with its fucking like background music the entire time.
New background music, boys.
I don't think it's loud enough for people to hear, but I just now heard it. I turned it up now for people to hear. Like, there it is. Anyway,
Hold on. Just okay.
I don't think your arm should bend that way. Hold
anyway, I'm
on.
turning it down now.
Okay. Let me just.
We'll be there in a minute.
Let me just try some resilience. Oh God.
He says that you guys only have to bring a little bit left over here, but he says that it can't be me or Guiltia that gets it. It has to be you two.
We can do it. It's Priska's arm apparently dislocated.
I just don't understand why. This is all confusing, but I mean, what can I say? I mean, we're in this weird junk world.
Look, I tried to get the wires at the top because they're the freshest, and then I fell down.
Freshest.
I'm just gonna grab something. It's like I can't help you.
The wires at the top are the freshest, you see. That's where the fresh wires are.
Look, we've been here a while. I realized that was a stupid idea.
That's where the freshest of the
I'm
wires.
gonna go
come
pick the
from.
last bit while she's having a moment.
I hear you.
Wait, hold on. I got a few wires here. She's gonna just slowly drag herself to the pit to drop the wires.
You're over encumbered.
As you start like dragging your way forward, you just see the three of them just watching you as you like drag yourself over, and you just toss the wires in, almost falling in yourself before Sammy just goes and like grabs your legs.
For the dragon, Sammy! For the dragon, so thank you.
I thought we were calling him straight.
Street dragon.
He looks back to you, Piper. Do you want to grab anything?
Yeah.
Piper, looking off at the things in front of you, you find that the one thing that seems to catch your eye is what appears to be like, it almost looks like a tire, only it's made of metal. As you're looking at it, it seems to just be like a large gear that seems to be sticking out from the side. For a minute, you don't know if you could even lift it.
I could probably roll it.
You want to try?
Yeah.
As you pull it out, this rusted green-looking gear seems to find its way unlodging from this area, and it seems, again, very large. Like, this looks like it could fit, like, the wheel of, like, a construction truck.
Jesus Christ.
But as you look at it, it seems relatively easy for you to move. Not, like, weight-wise, you still feel the weight, but, like, it seems very, very receptive to you moving it. I'd like you to roll me for your willpower, please.
We're touching the wheel and the wheel is going. Let's put all in. Let's see where the fuck this goes. Put it all in.
We're going all in. We're going all in, boys.
We're going all in. I'll roll this first, like you fucking narcs, I guess. All right, free. 2.
That is a 5. As you are wheeling this around, you do feel as if the further you are pushing it, the more of a toll it seems to be taking on you. Roll me for your resilience as you get even just halfway there.
This is gonna be fucking flat. May it be what God wills, that they say.
As you get near the end, you almost start feeling like Priska, like you need to lay down to finish the rest of this. Roll me for one more willpower.
I refuse to stop this wheel of progress! We'll put another 3 in! I'm not gonna. I forgot to. Well, can you roll it for me?
Roll. Okay.
Yeah, just. Okay, Linda's doing it. Oh god, everything stopped because Linda grabbed it. There we go.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and then your willpower, 20, 21. as you find it in yourself in the very last bit, before you almost feel like you are about to pass out, and something in you felt almost like it was getting taken. But for a moment, you do feel just like the presence of something behind you, something terrifying. And as you look back for half a second, you almost see one of your cards behind you just staring down, holding his knife. You blink for a second and he disappears, but that little bit of like a realization of some sort of danger behind you reinvigorated you, and you stand up and you do give it its final push forward. As again, you look back, you could have swore Thriller Killer was right behind you, ready to fucking do his namesake.
That guy was ready to be like, well, goodbye, little girl.
Don't you Family Guy full pose on me, bitch.
As you get it finally into the area, it seems to hit the conveyor belt and slide down from the pile that you guys have been throwing these into. As finally you just hear, yes, yes, as he jumps onto it and starts riding it down.
What? Okay.
You guys see that as soon as he disappears from view, there almost is like a cave-in of junk all around him as the entrance to this little hill of scrap seems to seal away.
I'm not sure we accomplished today.
I think we just
Triska, you're right.
let a man die to a furnace.
Was that a card?
I guess he was.
He was more than a card. He was a man.
Wasn't that the problem before with you?
What?
Like with Zara?
Oh, he's pretty much a cyborg. It's fine.
Right. It's around then you guys, as you're just sort of like getting Priska up, you're like looking up, like you feel like some of your strength returning. Priska, as you look behind, you note that behind you there is a hole in the scrap wall where you guys had came in from that wasn't there before. You remember that when you guys had came in here, it almost looked as if this area sealed off. But now there appears to be a large opening in the scrap wall.
Hey everybody, there's an opening here.
What?
Look at it. It's big. It's a hole.
Priska, get out of your family flag off. I can't take you seriously like this.
Okay, hold on. Let me roll resilience.
To get out of your family, you're prone right now. This is what they call prone.
But should I roll to get up?
If you want to, go ahead.
You want,
If it's something you want to do, I won't stop you.
you want to continue your family guy follow post for the rest of the fucking game, I'll kill you, but you know.
That's a 0. As you go to get up, you literally have to be helped up by Street. As you get helped up to your feet, Priska, as Street is sort of like helping you stand up. It's around this time that Piper, you go to help as well, and you just see that Guiltia seems to be looking around, like looking over toward the entrance that Priska had mentioned. And as you guys see the entrance, you note, for a moment, you guys see a familiar face in the entrance.
Oh, he's sinking into the ground. Up.
Go away, we're making dragons.
For a moment, you see through the shadows what appears to be the wicked phantom dealer. However, he immediately disappears with a... There you are.
Yeah, that's right.
Before coming in from that opening... Boop. You guys see what appears to be 2 boys stepping through. One of them rather large with an eye patch on his face. He seems as if he is walking with a purpose. And the other for a moment he seems like he's shorter than a lot of things going on. He's a little bit taller, I believe, than Priska. But still around the same size, if not a little bit smaller than Piper. But as you guys look at him for a moment, he has a plainly visible criminal mark, and from the way he styles his hair, it's almost like he's wanting people to see it. He seems dangerous.
Look at that intricate mark and his gigantic hairstyle.
Hey, look over there. There's a criminal and his dual spirit, I guess, pointing at
Dual spirit? Oh my god!
And his stand.
And looking over toward there, Otto and Riku, you guys step into this area. As soon as you do, the landscape around almost seems to change in front of you. You guys are not prepared for it as you step into not another part of the underground, but a large section of just piled high, like very expensive and intricate looking scrap and junk. Looking at it again, like I mentioned before, this seems like stuff that is basically first pick in the actual recycling plant. Very expensive looking things, and it's just piled up down here. And then a little bit further out, you see what appears to be a couple of people standing. One of them seemingly with a large knight-looking man who's standing beside of them. However, you also note, Riku, that one person with them appears to be a decently notable crawler. That
this is line of vision.
I start cracking knuckles and walking to street.
Step behind me, street.
You can't even stand. What?
Okay, it's like stand behind me, street. Boosh.
You just fall over. As he goes to try to get you, you see that as Riku, you are stepping forward. You note that Piper, you start making your way. You're like, no. But as soon as you do, you see a hand go on your shoulder, and then you see Guiltius standing out in front of you, looking as if he is ready to fucking stop whoever this is.
Guiltius, go!
Crawling in front of the crawler.
As you step forward, Riku, you see the heavily armored knight with the glowing tip spear looking at you, and as you do, Otto, you hear, "Don't worry." Well, he might have to worry. If he had me, then that thing wouldn't really have that much of anything to him, but yeah, he'll probably die. Only you can hear this, Otto. Apparently the wicked phantom dealer thinks that if that knight touches Riku, Riku will die.
He's just going to fucking Thanos dust.
Do you have anything to think about that, Otto?
I think he BRB'd.
Oh no!
It's fine, I'm walking to my death.
Curses.
Otto's just like, no, but really slow motion.
Well, if we're waiting on him, we will go on a small break because I want to get a drink anyway.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
So everybody go off and get a drink or anything like that. I will be right back.
I just
Riku's just JoJo posing, Fall Guy posing in the background. And it's like, get behind me!
I'll be right back.
I need to get close to you to beat you up.
Get behind me, Paul.
The worst part, I just came back.
I'm just gonna say,
I thought I had longer.
Riku still doesn't think dual spirit stuff is real. He fell through a hole. He's on the high.
That's what a dual spirit in disguise would say.
He's on the high. He's just like, I'm invincible.
I literally cannot die.
Look, I admit you're pretty powerful, but you're like an 1800 4-star, which is still pretty good, but you're not carrying the game here.
I know I'm not. I'm hoping that Otto will tell me to, think. Because I see a street and I'm like, murder.
Get back.
See, you're like the 1800 beater. Priska is like the level 1 tuner.
Listen, do not be mad when I say this, Lindo. I think your boy is more like a Hayabusa knight. Not a high
I
attack, but
can
you can
attack
attack twice. Yeah.
Part of me is just like, I see Guilty as Spirit. I'm gonna look around and see if I can find a weapon to use.
Shadow J, it's DARP episode 1, the gang murders a man.
Yeah, we're session 1 in Brotherhood.
Yeah, Dark Brotherhood.
Priska is a Karibo, willing to sacrifice himself to save others since they can't really do anything else. Yeah, yeah.
Oof.
Don't be a Karibo.
And you know, I'll be like,
I'm
the
back with
sphere
milk.
Welcome
Welcome
back.
back.
I'm sorry, I thought I had longer before I would be needed.
No, it's fine. I also have cookies.
Ooh, yum.
I'm gonna have like 1 or 2 cookies before we start back. So you guys do your thing.
5Darps episode 1. Riku fucking dies.
5Darps episode 1, and that was 5Darps. Thank you all for watching.
Guilty can recognize intent. He's like, this man is trying to kill us. I will use lethal force.
And it's like, you know what? Go ahead. Fucking end him.
I just like to imagine Priska's like, I'll protect you. Fall. Guilty just kind of steps forward a little bit. Yeah, good job. Good job.
He goes down to gold, sorry.
Do you think this Guilty cosplayer scares me?
They should.
And he twists your fucking arm. Oh shit, he's not only a Guilty cosplayer, he's ripped.
You should look at that cosplay. They must have endurance like a fucking knight.
I will say if Guilty walks into my direction, I'm taking off my shirt.
Yes.
This is some JoJo bullshit happening right now.
I seem to have lost a card. Oh no.
Oh no, what'd you lose?
Oh no.
It went into my hand. There it is. I found it.
Oh,
Okay,
there
I
we
good.
go.
found where my hand was.
When you said that, Emerald, I just imagined like the little freeze frame where it's like, you know, like in the anime where it's like one freeze frame is him walking, then like Priska on the floor, the like the shock face from Street, and then the fourth one is just you being like, where did I put my card?
I just like imagine it's like him stepping forward, looking all serious, Piper looking like concerned but determined, Guiltia looking very stern and ready to fight. Just like Priska on the ground with like a pained look, Street looking over with like confusion. And then it's just over here at Otto. He's like the only one who's not in like a still image. He's like checking his pockets, like, no, that's not it. Nope. Where can it have? Where's it? Oh, jeez, did I drop it? Is
I
it on the
almost lost
floor?
a Phantom card. Not Witty Phantom, but my Great Thief of Legend is what I was looking for, and I found it immediately.
Ah, there we go.
As
I
his
took
phantom
him,
card rip.
I took him, I think 2 tuners out of my deck, and I put in 3 of the new cards that I got.
Hell yeah. As
Yeah.
this is going down, you do hear again, Otto. Are we all ready to go
Yeah.
back?
I'm ready.
Okay. Well, you do see that as everything is coming back into things, since you weren't gone, or since you were gone, he seems to Riku seems to be walking with purpose over toward the group and seemingly looking as if he is ready to go. You seen him crack his knuckles. He was stepping in, and then you saw the knight step out beside of him, and then you heard, "Oh, I wouldn't worry too much. We're safe. Though he probably should have kept my card. I'm pretty sure that he's going to die."
Riku, stop.
Hmm?
I don't think that guy's just a cosplayer.
I mean, I can take him.
Also, you know, we're supposed to find these people, not hurt them.
I mean, I was only gonna hit one of them.
I mean, I didn't tell
Also-
you not to hurt them. That's
Also,
on you if
in
you want
character, did you take off your shirt?
Yes.
Priska's gonna look, oh damn.
to.
Listen,
We can take it. Oh, those are abs.
Yeah, we all stop. It's like, oh fuck.
I watched him take a door off of Tinge's. Not even just a door, like one of those.
It was like a
metal
safe
bunker
door.
ones. A bunker door, but Riku, we shouldn't. I don't think it's wise to attack someone while we're all down here. Wait a minute, we're not even. Are we even in the sewers anymore? Wait a minute.
It seems as if one of you has some integrity. The knight seems to put his weapon to the side.
Do I recognize the cosplayer?
Both of you looking at him, you guys can definitely tell, like on the tip of your tongue, there is a monster that is a similar make of this. But both of you roll me experience and see if either of you
Yeah.
can get the exact monster.
I will throw in one.
Straight D20. 9.
Okay, +1. Okay.
Riku,
And I
roll me
roll?
one more time.
Gotcha.
7.
12.
Both of you looking at him, you guys could think that there was some sort of monster that was like this, but unfortunately, because again, and it's very older than both of you, so you guys
Yeah.
can't kind of get it immediately.
I will
Aren't
pick
you
up
a retro
my shirt.
card? Hmm.
You pick up your shirt.
Yeah, we shouldn't. I mean, we were tasked to find them. We just weren't told to kill them or anything.
I wasn't
rather
going
not
to
kill
kill. I was
anyone.
just going to talk to him.
You were sent
I'm just gonna
find
talk
us?
to him. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
talk
I-
to him.
I've only known you for like what, an hour or two, but I can already tell your ass kicking stance.
Yes, and the ass kicking stance is different from a murder stance.
No, slow down. You said you were sent to find us?
Yeah.
Oh
this
yeah,
had a
Wicked
cool
Phantom
story.
Stealer.
Yeah, I have this card right here. I don't know where he went. He kind of just,
Oh, I
think he
guess
went down,
cat's
like, a
out of the
weird alley.
bag.
but I still hear him.
As
Look,
he says
if
this, you guys see coming from Otto.
Ah,
You again.
Thanks for letting me in, Otto. I couldn't pass into another's territory without you.
no problem. You seem to have like a really cool dual disc if you're able to just make yourself visible and invisible.
Look, if you like us this much, ask for a date already. Stop with going around the bush here.
I don't think that I was going around the bush at all. I told you that, well, since I was the one that introduced you here and I was the one that had all of the information, that you would come to me. And yet I see you here inside of another dealer's territory.
He
What, are you
promised us dragons.
Did someone say dragons?
Focus
What?
over here, Riku. Riku, over here, focus. Focus.
Dragons.
Dual-
Yes, he was.
Riku.
No, yes.
Riku,
Yes,
dual
he was
disc.
gonna
Riku,
dragon.
dual disc. Riku, dual disc.
Hey,
Riku.
wait, you see this back here?
I used to roll for Riku.
And I'm the one with negative willpower.
Dragons. Tell me more about this dragon.
Riku, over here. Dual disc. Riku, and he's walking away. And he's walking away. Otto, it's so hard to find good help these days.
I know. It's hard to find good employment too.
I'm sorry, dragon is my trigger word.
Well, at least are you all right now?
Oh, you.
Hi, you. Who are you?
Of course, you wouldn't recognize me.
Wait, it's a misunderstanding. Think of
Do
the
you want to
dragons,
try to
think
get
of
up,
the
Priska?
Go through a log. You're like a log in between them right now.
Yeah.
Bleh.
It's a misunderstanding. You see, being truthful to you is really hard right now. It's not that it's impossible. It's just you won't believe a word I'm gonna say.
You're going to need to suspend your disbelief for a second.
There's
Okay.
a magic card over there telling me things. I fell down a hole and got electrocuted multiple times. I really have a long stretch of disbelief.
Okay, so he was possessed for quite a while, so any actions that you think was him was probably his evil side. Unless it was. How many months of memories do you have?
Like past several months. The last thing I remember was coming to the satellite.
Yeah, so if it was like a year ago, then yeah, it was completely his fault.
Okay, What was the thing possessing it, and where can I find it?
You believed it?
We know where to find it. It's just we're working on that, but we're not strong enough yet. I don't think we know where it is.
Your friend over there was trying to give us a trip. This kind of points generally at where the other. We don't assumably we have fandom dinner out here, just somewhere here.
It was part of a deal he was trying to make with us. He really wants us, which I'm flattered personally, but also a little creeped out.
I mean, I can see why.
I just want to move in on my investment without other people swoozing in and swooping you up and taking you out from under me. Is that so much to ask?
Well, you should have thought of a wicked dragon deal thing.
If you
I
want
mean, dragons
dragons,
are the
I have
best.
dragons. Riku, I have so many dragons.
Name me 5.
Masked dragon?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, he may have cards, but we used elbow grease and brought the materials to make dragons.
Are you sure it wasn't just him? Points off to the night when looking at the three of you.
Listen,
I did
I
my
helped
fair
us-
amount of moving, but each of us put in our own effort.
yes. Thank you for wording it like that. It makes me feel a lot better.
Well, dragons. Name me 4 more. Walks to fan dealer. Stares directly in his eyes.
Oh god, are they gonna kiss?
Red Eyes Black Dragon.
I would like that.
Oh, that one catches your eye, huh? I could tell
It's
you
a
exactly
dragon.
how to get it as well.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is, well, convince these 3 to make their way out of this plane.
Walks over. You guys leave and I'll beat up anyone who you guys hate.
This guy's really strong. I think he's really offering a good deal.
But the dragon, we're waiting for our dragons. Can we wait for our dragons?
You're trying to complete a deal with a different dealer. No!
I mean, well, as he's looking around, I don't really see any other dealers unless it's him.
She just kind of points at like the weird pile over here.
Well, I just thought that was another pile.
Just kind of in that area.
Hmm.
He jumped.
I
over
mean,
there.
what rule says you can't make deals with 2 people?
There's no
well,
rule about it, but I
yeah,
don't.
there's no rule about it, but it's kind of, you know, like
You understand, Priska? Tell him.
yeah, like you could go for the rat poison lizard shit sodas that comes from my competitor, or you can actually have like heartwarming homemade soda from my sweat and tears, except they're not ingredients, it's just a metaphor.
Okay,
The competitor sucks. They don't even know how to make a proper root beer, and root beer is like the easiest one to get right.
Whenever I think that my problems are outlandish, I'm glad that you're here to prove me wrong.
I have no clue what you meant at all.
these
I
are
think-
pretty weird, Riku.
What I'm saying is, we get really competitive when it comes to other merchants.
Just make a deal with him. Then I can beat up Hex Street, I assume. Oh, not Hex Street, blah blah blah. The spirit that was possessing you.
Oh,
I
wow,
don't know which
you
card
even
it
knew
was.
its name. That's great. I'm kidding.
Damn, you know around by name.
All right. Let's count the 3 then, shall we? And by the time I'm done with 3, everyone who's out of here, then I will be able to get you your Red Eyes Black Dragon. So
Am I
3,
duelist?
2. As he goes to 2, you guys start making your way back. As you notice, there's no way to exit.
Oh come on.
Oh, there's no way out. How do we get out?
No way out. Wicked Phantom Dealer looks behind him. As he does, you guys hear a crash and just a loud
Yes! Yes! King!
As you hear a roaring sound from underneath the pile of scrap that's here. Oh, damn it. As we do, the roaring sound continues into a screech and then into a sudden end.
Huh?
No!
What happened?
An
heard a
explosion
dragon.
comes from underneath the pile as you guys all like get away from it just a little bit as several pieces of scrap falls down from the pile.
Oh dear.
Baby!
As bits of smoke seems to come up from the area, the small opening appears again as some scrapyard dealer crawls up, coughing up smoke.
I'll happen up.
Are you okay?
I go
I
to
should
help.
be fine, but it was a failure.
No, you tried your best. Tried your best, man.
I couldn't get a dragon. I can't believe it. It's so hard, but I was close this
know.
time. I was
I
so
know.
close.
I know,
I'm
I
gonna
know.
pat him on the back.
Hey, it's a new guy.
I understand the pain of not having dragons.
It's terrible.
Going in for a
Yes.
hug if I can.
You go for a hug. He is welcoming the sentiment right now. As he crawls out, you see him stand up. Riku, there's not a lot of people that tower over you. He is towering over you.
Oh, this is new.
this guy is like Hagrid.
Oh wow, they're pretty close.
But as he's standing there, he's coming out. Unfortunately, there's something still missing. Some sort of something. So your deal wasn't completed then? Is that what I'm hearing? Huh?
Shh. Okay, maybe. When did it explode? Like, did it kind of go round and then explode?
I mean, you could hold on. I'll get him.
Maybe it's a stability.
He starts making his way down. As he does, you see him come out and then just sort of you hear like noise of him like sort of like moving and like scraping metal and like heavy materials down below you, and then he gets all the way up to the top. You hear the scraping and metal and everything coming up, and as he gets up here, he has a single card in his hand.
All right, let's see.
Let's see.
Like I said, I couldn't get a dragon this time, but here he is. As he brings out, hold on, don't look at the card.
Okay.
Because
Yes, King.
it will be coming out as well.
It's me again.
I made myself
It's
again.
me
curses!
again.
Brother.
Where is the boy?
I have no brother. Breaks its neck. It keeps happening.
Where is the boy? Should be right here. Why is it not here? Did I move the desktop? I'm gonna check desktop. It's on desktop, of course. All right.
Yeah.
As you guys see, coming out from the card, by the way, Otto and Riku, not onto a dual disc and coming out of a card, out of the card
Oh.
itself.
Oh.
As you guys see, a large, monstrous boy just
Oh.
seemingly springing itself out in front of you guys.
Oh.
That's not a dragon.
Yeah, that's definitely not a dragon.
As
Oh.
you guys see, Scrapyard Gardener.
Okay, so here's the first problem you made when trying to make a dragon. Dude has muscles and arms. No wings whatsoever.
As you look at it, that large gear that you have brought over before Piper seems to be a feature on this boy. As you see it, the large thing appearing just on his shoulder.
So that's where it went.
What do you mean?
I had to push that gear all the way over to the fire. Apparently, also a card tried to murder me, but that's unrelated.
Oh, look at the shoes. That's the little thing I was able to throw in. Anyway,
As this creature seems to like almost like straighten up, look around, and then like it seems to zero in, looking down at Piper. Analyzing. No
Hello,
threat
Piper.
detected.
Oh, I was about to fight it.
so have you made humanoids a lot every time you try to make a dragon?
Something usually comes up. A lot of the time they just run out the door and make a big mess. This one seems like it's pretty stable, though.
So maybe it's something outside the scrap, like perhaps what makes it form into their.
I mean, if you're trying to make a dragon, why not start with an egg?
Do you see any eggs around here?
I meant making one out of the metal and stuff. If you're making dragons, it would make sense.
You can't
I'll
make
set
a
up
dragon
now.
without breaking a few eggs, as they say.
No one says that.
You're still here.
Okay, no, given that.
Oh,
That was clever. Yeah, that was really
Well, it
yeah,
doesn't seem as if
okay.
any
No,
deal was
it-
made, so of course I'm still here.
Can you guys finish a deal with him? I want my dual disc.
Let's see. If I could find something to help you stabilize the form into a dragon 100% of the time, then maybe we could find something. It might not be in the scrapyard, though, so... Is there a way to send stuff to the scrapyard in a fast and orderly fashion?
Things usually just show up here whenever they're needed. Whenever I got a lot of things, it usually happens whenever there's a lot of excitement down here. Whenever there's a lot of fighting and dueling and chest to chest bare bones action.
Takes off shirt.
This guy gets it. But I can't help but notice there's somebody here that keeps talking about making deals with you guys, and well, this is kind of
Yeah.
my place, so
Yeah.
I'd like him to be, you know.
I
You
mean,
see him like bring his finger across his neck for a second, like.
if the door was closed, we couldn't get back out. We tried.
I think that there's quite a lot we can gain here. I think I understand now what makes this place so special, Mr. Your name? Oh, Scrapyard Dealer. Scrapyard Dealer. I think I know what might be going around here. The same thing that I was talking to the three of you about before you rudely decided to find another dealer.
Rudely? It's an
We're
open
finding
market.
one? It's like you're like,
If-
open market, and I'm like, we're trying to find one?
If more things appear here based on the amount of dueling and fighting and rumblings of the things down here, then I believe we can all accept each other. I wanted you to go through the different shattered worlds, remember? And that
What
is
now?
most definitely enough to shake things up enough to maybe make a few dragons down here, Riku?
Dragons are the best.
Hmm?
I do want to help this guy out.
Street's just looking over, just like, this guy's getting played, and I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, I know I'm getting played.
He's like, oh, I'm getting played, but I'm allowing myself to get played, you
Really
see,
played.
because the upside is just too good.
Mr. Scrapyard?
Sorry, I keep giving myself the echo whenever I shouldn't have the echo. They should have the echo. My bad.
It's all right. we'll try to find ways to help you, okay? Because I want to see you fulfill your dreams, okay?
Lunk.
And if it means making a deal with him, we'll do it for you.
As Wicked Phantom Dealer gets closer, you see that the large geared man seems to straighten up very abruptly and step in between. As you go to try to do something, what are you doing, Riku?
I'm just gonna stand in between Fan Dealer and, Gear.
As you try to step in between them, roll me for your resilience.
Heck yeah. My strongest stat. Let's use the last of my dice.
Let's see what you're gonna
Let's
have to
roll the
beat. I'll roll this for you.
inspiration.
Listen, you're like, why were we here in the first place? What
Oh,
happened?
It's
no.
not hard. It's not hard at all to beat. You got this. I believe in you.
Oh, cool. I've got a +2.
Just put out your shirt and you can do it.
Hey.
Heck yeah.
You see that he tries to push you out of the way as you get there, but you're able to keep yourself pretty sturdy there. He looks over to you non-threateningly, but then looks back toward Wicked Phantom Dealer. Warning.
We
Warning.
know.
My
But-
thought would be, it's obviously I'm not here to fight anyone. Otto, you can vouch for me, right?
Yeah. He's
By the way,
pretty
you owe me
chill.
one Fan Dealer
Oh, why's
for
that?
this.
Oh. I don't believe I remember asking you to just help me out or anything.
Yeah, but I could kill you easily too.
Oh, right. With your, what was it again? 10? 8 stars?
Oh,
9?
you're an
Give or
8-star
take.
monster?
My thoughts were we could all help each other out. We're in the presence of another dealer, and I've already used up my amount of, potential before with you and your friends the other day. If this scrapyard dealer would like to aid me, I could not only open up the different horizons to this place and allow any sort of shattered realms you take on in my stead to affect this place for you, but it could also be beneficial to your, dueling decks as well. Using his power, I could make you another pack. One that may end up having quite the number of new specialties inside.
I don't see why not, but I don't think it's up to me.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Scrapyard?
What? I don't really know what's
Wait.
going on. This whole conversation is a lot of not putting scrap inside of this forge to make more dragons.
Let's see if I could simplify it.
This man can make
He-
you dragons.
I accept.
There we go.
That's a bit too simple.
Good enough for
but-
me. All right.
Okay. Okay.
Binding verbal contracts are fantastic. All right.
I see.
What is your dual spirit anyway? Looks to Otto, pointing to Riku.
You what now?
What is he?
Zoontight? He's a guy.
Yeah, that's a
I'm
guy.
human.
A guy. Is that AGAI?
Priska.
No,
I don't know
I'm
what you
Riku,
mean.
human.
I literally had to help him not die earlier.
Oh yeah. You're human with that eye patch, those
Friska.
abs that just.
Friska.
Yeah.
That's a guy.
And he knows about and he wanted to hurt this guy who he probably wouldn't have known if he was just another card. I don't know what they're talking about, Mr. Winnie, Mr. Wicked Phantom.
So you just look like that naturally.
I mean, I put in the work.
Yeah, you
You're like
did I.
opposite ours right now.
You gotta look
fine.
Good.
I guess we did make a contract. Mr. Scrapyard, we'll make your dream come true.
Yes. What do I have to do now? It's very simple. I just require you and Why not? The two of you and at least one of you. As he points to Otto, Riku, Scrapyard Dealer, and then toward the three of you. Just like before, I just need Otto here to touch all of you.
I gotta do what now?
I need you to touch all of them, Otto. Come
Oh,
on, you can do it.
That's what
Okay.
happened. Okay, he was being okay.
Touch.
Alright, now hold on, fucker. The last time this happened was in the we got fucking kidnapped. We're not having a Julian again. I refuse. Fuck off.
Oh, she's being. I don't know what to do. She doesn't want me to touch.
Just don't.
It's fine. You only have
Just
to touch one of them.
Okay. Touch, Sammy. Yeah.
Riku, did you allow the touch?
Yeah, I gave him a fist bump.
Touch. The cyborg man.
All right.
So are anime rivals real?
One moment. As he steps back, he looks as if his eyes start to glow, and then you just see a spear appear next to Wicked Phantom Dealer's throat. Just. I'm being helpful. I'm not being. There's nothing wrong happening here. Come on. And nothing happened last time, right? I didn't hurt anybody. Nobody exploded. Everybody got out safe from the predicament they were in. I follow through on my contracts, Guiltia. Come on. Guiltia seems to stare off toward him. Just again, the spear slightly alight from the tip, pointing off toward Wicked Phantom Dealer. He looks back to all of you before lowering the spear. For now, I do not know your crimes. And you never will. But because they don't exist. I should clarify that. not that I'm, you understand.
Smooth.
Sarcastic
Nice.
clap.
You gotta sell yourself a shovel.
Now, here we are.
That was a good one.
He steps back. As he does, you guys see the same little bit of just sort of power channeling through his hands. He seems to spread his arms wide as what appears like cards begin to appear in between his hands, looking as if he is shuffling them from one hand to the other as they go upwards around his head as well and rejoin themselves as one solid unit right on his right hand on the palm of it. There we go. And, of course, if anyone wants any, a freebie I think is welcome. I did offer it to you, Otto, right?
Yeah, you did.
Though if anybody wants to fight for it. He looks over
No.
toward
I would need a
Guiltia.
dual disc.
He looks over toward Guiltia. I was joking. Everybody's cool. We're all cool here. He hands out the pack over towards you, and my dudes, we have a new pack.
Heck
Oh,
yeah.
Pack
new
is
pack?
out. New pack ready.
This is the Scrapyard Dealer Familiar Pack.
Hey.
Say
What-
that 5 times fast.
Before we had the Wicked Phantom Dealer Familiar Pack. This one is the Scrapyard Dealer Familiar Pack. What is inside of this pack is very interesting.
This one has cards, we think.
Maybe. This has cards from Otto and Riku's deck, as well as cards from all of the decks you guys have fought so far. Other than
Hey.
Sam's, because Sam's in the other deck.
Hey.
As shuffle. I will move this back. And which one of these three do you want to draw from, Emerald?
I'll draw from this one.
Okay. Go ahead and shuffle as much as you want and draw 5 cards.
Draw
This will be
a
your
little
guys'
ball.
only freebie from this one.
Cool.
Draw.
1, 2,
Oh my god.
3,
What is 4?
4, and 5. I don't shuffle for the
And one
last
is a
two.
dance.
You get
Hang on, let me do this.
I was gonna do that. Don't you
Oh,
worry.
okay.
There we go. You get Doom Accelerator, which is a card from him,
Hey.
which is a card from Officer Venture's deck. You get High Speed Crash, which is another card from Officer Venture's deck.
Let me get all
50%
cards.
chance.
You get
Heck
All
yeah.
cards. from his
Harpy's
deck.
Feather
fuck.
Duster,
Oh shit.
Nice.
which was not
My
in
card.
here. There was not. That was. I think there was only 2 in this entire like set of 3 packs. So that's pretty good.
Welcome to Emerald Apart opening, RP.
You get Cosmo Queen,
A second
Hey.
Cosmo Queen. Hell yeah.
and you get Phyllis Radiant.
Hey, I found the dog.
Get me Illustrated, baby.
As
If you actually grab it, I'll kill
here
you.
you go. You get those 5 cards. As he
Hell
looks over,
yeah.
as he looks over to you guys. And of course, if anyone wants to browse my new wares, obviously I will keep them the same price as the other. All of my packs, at least so far, are 500 dual points each. If anyone wants, anyone, any takers? Huh?
Fine, I want some new cards.
I knew you'd want something. Come on, Priska.
Okay.
How
one
many
thing.
packs do you want to draw, Priska?
All right. How much do I have? Let's see.
3,000.
Okay, and how much are they?
500 each.
500.
Okay, then I'll go for 2.
All right, come over here and choose one of these 3 stacks.
Mid.
All right, shuffle it and draw 5 cards, and we'll go over
Alright.
which ones you get one at a time.
Uno, dos,
Dos, tres,
tres, cuatro,
cuatro.
5.
5.
I
Alright.
hate this.
We get Dark Titan of Terror,
Oh, hell yeah.
Man-Eating Treasure Chest,
Yes!
Hey.
Swift Gaia the Fierce Knight,
Ooh.
Hey.
Mystic Clown,
Yes.
Hey.
and Mystic Elf.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yay.
I got some good ones.
Yeah, you did.
And you're wanting to draw one more?
Yeah. All right. Let's go for this one.
Okay.
Oh, I did not mean to grab that. Here you go. Okay. Shuffle, shuffle.
Oh, that was a split.
That was a split.
Okay.
Split shuffle. That's a
What?
Split
way.
shuffle,
One.
split shuffle.
2, 3, 4
Well,
sets.
5.
All
All
right.
right.
We got Giant Soldier of Stone,
Ooh.
Regeki Break,
Ooh.
Hey.
Lucky Iron Axe,
Hey.
Fake Trap,
Yes.
and
Best card of all.
Pluto Summoning Kriba.
Hey.
All right.
Does anybody else want to get any packs?
I can't get any.
Oh, right, we never
Guys.
decided how much money you had.
Yeah.
Let him. That's why I. That's one of the reasons why I wanted
Hold
you
on.
to do a little back.
Hold on,
thing
it's
for
it's
him.
it's simple. It's well, unfortunately I can't have a mark for him. It's simple. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna roll this d20 and I'll give you whatever it rolls times times 100. Hiya. You have 600 dual points.
Look at you.
600.
I'll do it one more
You
time.
can buy one.
I'll do it one more time.
Yeah.
There you go. 1100 dual points.
1100. Da-da-da.
Yes,
Yeah,
Priska
I'll
should
buy
have
one.
Priska should have 2000 dual points now. I will change that for you. There we go. And you're gonna buy one?
Yeah, but I'm wondering where my dual disc is at.
Don't worry about it. You'll get it in a minute. You'll get it in a bit. Don't worry. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
Yeah, I'll buy
He's
one.
go
pack.
for it. He's
I'll
go for
pick
it.
This one. Whoops. Let me pick this up. I'll pick this pack.
Okay, go ahead.
Show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. In order, we get. Well, hold on. Go ahead and. Bleh, bleh, bleh. We already saw what the very bright one was. So, Curse of Dragon.
I think I have 3 of those already.
You have 3 now, I think.
Oh, that makes
Dark
sense.
Scorpion, Zalug the Hunter, Goblin Thief, Gale Lizard, and Nyan.
He will never leave me alone.
You will
Oh my
never
God.
leave.
You got Nyan right in.
You
will
guys just
never
see
leave.
Riku visibly
As
just
you
look angry.
pull the 5 cards, you just see as you look up, there's just like a puffy face, laughy version of Wicked Phantom Dealer looking at you.
I'm going to ignore that. Mm-hmm.
And here you go. There's your 5 cards.
She will never leave me.
She's making sure.
All right. Anyone else?
You know what? Fine. If I feel like, I really do feel like I'm in a horror movie because every advice I give is very solely ignored. Let's get to it.
How many do you want?
I'll just pick one.
Just the
And
one?
I'll-
Go ahead and
yep.
choose.
Let me figure the math on the thing out so I forget. Well, the opposite of not forgetting. No, wait, the opposite of...
Remembering.
I'll grab this one!
Alrighty.
Oh, fuck. Oh,
you go.
thank you.
I don't know how to drive cars.
Bottoms can't drive, which makes what I'm doing not legal. 4,
And I'll
5.
probably get one as well. Why not?
Oop. Blackfire or Blackland Dragon,
Dragon.
which is a
Dragons.
new Blackfire Dragon, but you know, whatever. Blackland Dragon.
Mm.
Millis Radiant,
A lot of Miller's Radiant today.
Dark Scorpion Chick the Swift,
This one.
Magna Drago, and
Mm.
Magical Dimension.
Medical Dimension will never leave me.
And
Hell yeah.
you said you're getting one more emerald?
Yeah, I will pay for one now. I will grab this one.
Okay. Card opening stream.
Card opening stream.
Yes, a return to form.
Turn to form. Let's
All
go.
right. We have Sogan.
Yes, another Sogan. Perfect.
What the fuck?
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
like everybody else.
Bra moment?
I will
Oh.
say, you know, these would be really good to give to the rare hunters.
No.
Jackpot 7,
7.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Temple of the Mind's Eye, and
Mm.
Divine Sword Phoenix Blade.
Oh hell yeah! Well, I know what I'm gonna be trading to the to the rare hunters. I got a lot of magic cards. Nice.
I'm on a heartbeat. No.
You know, because he got Nyanya and because I got Nyanya, because he got Feathers, I'm going for one more.
All right, you can afford exactly one more.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, guys, that I took the 2 feather dusters that were in there.
I'm pretty sure there's no more feather dusters. I don't know. There could be. I'm pretty sure there's only the 2 though.
I will say this counts as friendly fire to me, Emma.
All right, so they're 500. I'll go down to 900.
All right, go
I
ahead,
think
my
that
dude.
one-
You have 100
Cool.
dual points after this.
I'll go for middle.
Middle. Draw, little man.
1, 2. I hope it's a Nyan Nyan again.
If it is, I'm just gonna. Riku's just gonna lay on the ground.
We got high speed crash again, which is good because you guys
Hey.
need speed spells. Fake trap,
Fake trap.
hard armor,
Yeah.
Larvus,
Oh.
and return from a different dimension.
Hmm.
Again, getting speed spells is good though. You guys need some
Yeah.
speed spells.
Okay. I want to buy 2 more, but with a twist.
Oh yeah.
And so it begins.
You guys get to select 2 from these draws.
I'm not doing your job for you. Choose.
No, I mean, I'm gonna draw 10, and then each of you get 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, here, Rika, you like dragons, right? These are yours now.
Yes, I like dragons.
They're yours.
As you just see Piper hand off a dragon to Riku, Riku looks over. I will die for you.
The This is the one.
I will actually kill anyone who gets in your way.
2 bodyguards. Oh, oh, oh.
Once I'll look for
Alright,
something he
with
can
this
give
one,
you.
we have...
Okay.
Ooh, we have Vermilion Sparrow. We have Rabid Horseman. Ancient Telescope. Gale Lizard, and... Toon Warrior. Heck yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. Each of you select one.
One sec. Let me just give Piper 2 things.
You can do it whatever right now.
Go
He
ahead,
can
go ahead
choose
and take
what
your
he-
second pack, Will.
Yeah, well, he's doing gambling. Hold on.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Ooh, Black Scorpion Burglars. Or Dark Scorpion Burglars. Nyan Nyan Wushu!
I will take her.
Mystic Clown.
Mm.
Life Gardener.
Ooh.
And... Dark Scorpion Tactical Retreat.
It's Live Gardener. I didn't get the joke the first time. Now I get it.
He's a lifeguard.
Nah.
So no, that can't be it.
Yeah, I'll take Nyanya because it'll be funny for Priska to give me that.
You're like, here you go, buddy, and you're like,
Like, oh, it's like that other card you got.
Here you
Priska
go.
is offering some other cards to you guys. Anybody wants to take any of these?
I'll take those 2. They're not dragons, but good enough.
I will
this
grab
person has a
I
habit
mean,
of
technically,
rabbit.
this one is a dragon.
I mean, yeah.
Gardener.
But she's
and,
Nyanya too.
And I guess we'll take the Scorpion Boys.
Hey,
I just take this one. It's a horseman.
there
It's
you go.
really- I
And
wish it's
Will, the
kind of a
rest of
comedy
these are the
spirit.
yours.
Take Toon Warrior. He reminds me of what?
I think they already have. I think.
I
Omar
already
has a
have
Toon
2
Warrior.
for it,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't complain if you gave me another one.
There
Wait,
you
hold
go.
on, hold on. Okay, fine. Then I'll take these.
There you go.
And
As
with
you
that-
see, you guys drew your cards, you guys felt your funds leaving you, as he's just like, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Sammy will give some too. Sammy will get 1 pack.
He's collapsed. He's collapsed to the madness.
Sammy will get peer pressured into 1 pack.
Come on, you gotta do gambling, Street.
Street gambling.
Banner of Courage.
Good.
Gale Lizard
Gale
again.
Lizard. I like Gale Lizards
Cosmo
today.
Queen.
Cosmo Queen.
Overboost.
Overboost.
And Big Trap.
Victor.
Good job. Good job, Street. You did it. But as you guys all get your cards, you would see that he seems to again just light up. You guys would take a note that he seems very much like more like active and more like vibrant as you guys give him the dual points.
Oh,
There we
also,
go.
Street is also going to get. Let's see.
Just want to take a picture here.
Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna give him Ancient Telescope and the Fusion because he's part of the crew.
All right. Where'd you put those?
Right, there. By my place.
Oh, okay. It's funny because I think this actually came from him.
You got one of your cards back, boy.
Because I'm pretty sure that was from the quote unquote pack for Hextrude. But yes, as you guys see him again, just basically get much more vibrant. You do note that that the scrapyard Gardner seems to be moving around and going over toward like the large pile of scrap. You see him pick up like a humongous load of it away, and while you guys have been doing that, he has moved an entire pile of scrap off to the side and you see him make his way over toward the front, doing the same, burrowing a hole to the exit of this place and piling up scrap over toward the original pile. Well, it seems like he's made a way out for us.
Dual disc.
Well, I can't give you anything here. This isn't my... Although, I guess now that I've made a deal with you, it could very well be my domain here as well, couldn't it? Let's see if I can... You see him move away, and as he does, he makes his way over toward the large section of scrap that is off to the side there. Upon doing so, he just seems to look to it, give a smirk, and then...
Yeah, but junk disc.
Hey.
There we are. Perfect. I think this will suit you just fine, Riku. As he pulls out a junk disc from the side, as Scrap Dealer's just like, well, that's not a dragon, I don't care.
Yeah, big sad times.
Well, there you go. You got a new dual disc. Otto says with his very nice looking one.
Can we trade?
Here you go, Riku. Just as I said, I always give what I say that I do.
Wow, and
I
you
guess you
taking a
follow
dual
through.
disc didn't involve a bomb in any way.
A what now?
Don't worry about
Yeah.
it.
They've had a few adventures in the past couple of days.
Oh.
I still
Does
don't
it
know how
involve
to
the
comprehend
crawlers?
trauma.
Speaking of adventures, Otto, I believe our adventure has come to an end. He puts a
All
palm out
right.
towards you.
Yeah, he immediately gives him his card back. There you go.
Perfect. I can see us getting along so well.
Well, yeah, if you're able to just have card packs, I mean, so far you're the only one that I know actually sells cards around here.
Not really a lot of people out there looking to buy right now. The satellite is a very dreary place, but I plan to change all of that, Otto.
Oh, really?
As any dealer would, I believe that I see potential all around in the surface. Unfortunately, though, my influence only goes so far. I can only be down here for those who don't have the spark. But the more my influence grows, the better things will be not only for down here, but also up there. Imagine everything above, except also a card shop.
That would be incredible.
Riveting.
Maybe the actual
Oh.
structural stability for some of the places too, right?
And I'd have to hire people to work for it. It's economy. It's economy, everyone.
Hey, don't take my employees.
I'm not working for you.
Yet.
Never.
That's what they all
And
say.
a
at
dragon.
first.
Would you do it for a dragon snack?
Would you do it for a flying dragon?
No.
Well,
It's too much slime, not enough dragon.
This has been a lot. It's nice to meet the three of you. I don't know any of your names. We should probably get out of here.
Oh wait, my red eyes.
Oh, I did tell you that I could tell you how to get one of those, didn't I?
hmm
Well, it's very simple. I require all of you to return tomorrow.
Cool.
That sounds good to me.
It's very simple. We'll tackle one of those shattered dimensions I told you about. Oh, well, I guess I haven't told the two of you about, have I?
No, I keep hearing that word being thrown around. I've heard a lot of weird words today.
Well, you see, throughout here there are beings similar to myself, Guilty and Scrapyard Dealer. And, well, we used to have a home all to ourselves. Until, well, things happened.
Oh, thanks.
And now we don't have a home all to ourselves, but there are some of us who do. Some who have given up a little bit of their influence and have pulled together what little they can of our old home and created little pocket homes, as you would, for everyone to be merry in and pretend it's, oh, just normal like the old times. But, you see, those people are clinging on to an idea that is not going to be sustaining. Unfortunately, our home is gone and gone forever. They're only holding themselves and everyone around them back. And one that you're all looking for, the Hex Trude, the one that had taken over poor Sammy, and the one who
Scott.
apparently has slighted our little Riku. She also has one of those homes, but I believe that she's a little bit further than the grade I wish to send you guys down immediately.
That makes sense, I guess.
I have a slightly lower priority target in mind for all of you, if you wouldn't mind. How about the former king of all demons and underworld activity?
Sounds kind of boring.
Oh,
Oh? Too boring? Even though he's
None of
gaining
dragons.
power and returning himself to fortuity?
Yeah.
sounds.
And you
pretty
can get a
Sounds like
red
a
eyes
gang
if you
leader.
do it?
Okay, now you're speaking my language.
Ugh. You just see him like roll his eyes like, oh, you're no fun, Riku.
I was thrown into here and electrocuted multiple times.
Am I the one who saw Prissy collapse on the floor? We're just ignoring that.
Oh, I know, Riku. You keep telling us.
Yeah, really weird.
I just assumed that was something she does.
Are you done talking yet?
Besides, Riku, I don't know how much electrical shock you get from a dual disc when you were kind of drowning. I feel like that was worse. The whole drowning bit's worse than the electrocution that you
I
suffered.
think it's a mix of both.
Mm.
I probably have everlasting brain damage, but let's not talk about that.
What I would need for all of you to do is return all 5 of you tomorrow. And if I found this underworld king by then, because unfortunately there are plenty of false alarms around here, plenty of people who would call themselves an underworld king, or even some old homes he may or may not have kept to himself. If I have found him by then, I will send you on your merry way, and if not, it shouldn't be too hard.
All right.
How about this
Cool.
instead? Because I'm not sure he'll show. How about I'll come to you? Doesn't that seem more agreeable? Each of you should be able to have at least a bit of a connection to me. All I'd have to do is keep over to you just a small little chitter in your mind.
Yeah. Take no offense, but I figured you were gonna follow us anyway.
That sounds agreeable to me. As I now have to BRB real quick to feed cats. Woo!
Okay, goodbye, Otto.
There are cats around here?
Well,
Where the... Oh, there he goes. I guess there were cats down here.
As cats come out of his hair.
Oh my god,
Oh,
it's
that's
Scrap Cat.
Oh, that's just Scrap Beast. Don't worry about him. Either way, you see him look
I'm
around
cool
at
with
each
that.
of you. I would not want to send you in with any fewer than what you have here. Otherwise, Guiltia might think me doing something, well, unfathomable to you. Would having each of them appear and not sending anyone in otherwise be agreeable to you, Sir Knight? Guiltia just looks to him and just gives like a nod without responding to him. Perfect. Well then, I hope all of you the best. I will get used to my new digs around here, and hopefully, by the time you all return, and after you take care of that underworld king, maybe we'll allow you to make some sort of dragon in here or whatever you want to do.
Dragon, ooh, ha ha.
dragons are the best.
You see him step out of the way and motion back over toward the door.
Hey,
With
hey,
that-
Piper. Oh, sorry.
With that, how about I give you all one final gift?
Okay.
It seems at least one of you knows a way out of here. How about I just take you directly there? Otherwise, you'll have to go back through that pipe of yours.
I have some arm strength left to lift myself with the.
How about you pick up that circuit board over there without falling over to prove it to me?
I don't have to prove anything to you.
If you don't want me to send you on your way with a bit of a easier step, then I don't have to.
Only because Street looks exhausted.
Yeah, so exhausted.
Oh, we're
You should
dying
get
over
better at
here.
lying.
As you see him smiling, he motions over toward the exit. Upon doing so, you guys see a slight distortion over at the exit to the scrap realm. Well, see
Shrek.
you all. Oh, there he goes. See you all the next time I see you then. I'll give you the first information I can on the Underworld King, and if any of you need to speak with us, you know where to go. Should be pretty easy to find us here.
Just go down, right?
He doesn't answer you. You guys all go to leave?
Yeah. And try to whisper to Piper. So I have no idea how to deal with the situation.
Oh yeah, I have no idea either, but apparently this is what we're doing now.
He seems really into us. How do we say no to a demon?
You don't. You're lucky that he's not trying to kill us.
Isn't there like a horror villain that's an equivalent, something we could blow up with fire?
Listen, if you can't kill a demon, all you can do is fuck a demon. So no.
Okay, the topic got more interesting. What? As you guys step through, is Emerald back yet?
Not yet.
Okay. I was called a second ago, so I'm gonna have one more tiny little break, and we'll wait for him one more time. We're back.
So we're gonna sacrifice Streets.
It's like I mean, think about it. Like, if you're trying to become friendly with a demon, usually no actual methods of friendship will work. You'll probably end up having a terrifying firstborn in a couple of days, but you will probably be alive.
Hopefully.
What if I give us gas?
What?
They won't like us if we have gas.
Define gas?
Like we drink a lot of soda.
Oh no. Okay, is this a marketing campaign?
That's just gross.
Exactly. Demons won't like that because it's unhygienic.
You would be surprised what demons are willing to deal
Mhm.
with.
I don't want to find a demon that deals with that. Okay, not good
Well-
for that one.
Yeah, there you go.
You won't know until you find out, and I'm assuming not finding out is just better.
I still want to burn him.
I'm back. Do we have
You
an
can
Emerald?
burn them afterwards.
I'm back.
Hooray! Da-da. You guys would find yourselves stepping out from the scrap realm. You see that a scrapyard dealer is like waving at you as you go, and you see like that scrap gardener like raises its hand and then moves it backwards, moves it
We'll
forward.
be back, Mr. Scrapyard.
Goodbye.
And as you guys step out, you guys find yourselves Bloop. Stepping out of a doorway behind a familiar boy.
So like,
I don't know this guy.
are there like fumes down here?
Priska goes over. Jet!
As you guys step out from a doorway behind a boy, first off, Guiltia disappears.
Goodbye.
I was gonna apologize to Guiltia for threatening him.
I'm sorry that I almost kicked your ass, Guiltia.
I'm sorry that my red muscles would have destroyed you immediately.
No, as the door opens, you see Jet like look back, huh? And then Priska, you see Jet. You know that mustache anywhere.
I go to hug the dude.
What is this?
Oh, hey, you know, one of the rare hunters. Cool.
No.
Oh,
Of course
it's
she
you
does.
guys.
Do you know how to kill a demon?
Who's asking?
Piper, come over here. We may know something.
I'm convinced. Yeah, go on.
I don't. I was just playing along. I'm sorry. Are we still talking about that lady from before? The one that made everything go swirly?
Oh yeah, we have to
Talk
kill
more
her
about
too.
this
But,
lady.
but there's this guy that's like really into us, and
oh, you
I don't
guys found Otto.
Yeah, hi.
We were wondering about you. You never checked in
No,
yesterday.
Otto is not a demon.
I thought the next meeting was 2 days from now.
Oh yeah, but we wanted to make sure that you didn't get lost and die.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry about that. I found my way back out and I didn't want to, and it was pretty late.
Oh, that's
So I
fine.
went to bed.
I'm sure that if you would have been missing another day, we would have went to maybe find your body and retrieve all your cards.
That's fair.
So your name's Otto.
Yeah, I introduced myself earlier, and also
Oh,
the other guy was calling me Otto the whole time. He's yeah.
She has a problem with names. Don't worry about it.
And I'm Riku, I guess.
Riku, I guess.
No, Riku to go.
What? Is your name Riku or not? Make up your goddamn mind.
It's Riku.
Okay.
Well, I'm Street.
I'm sorry about almost trying to kill you.
I'm sorry that I did something that made you want to kill me.
Don't worry about it. It wasn't you.
What did I do?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, that's.
Wow. Possessed you really fucked this guy up.
He looks over toward the two, toward Priska and Piper, waiting for them to tell them their names.
Just nodding.
He's just nodding.
And these two are.
Oh. I'm Priska Poppers. Do I have a card now or no? Do I
You don't
make
have a card yet.
Tries to take out card. Need to make a card. I
And
make
I'm
soda.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
No,
First.
no, keep going. Keep going. It's funnier if you keep
No,
going.
no. This is in character. No. You first.
I'm Piper.
The lady who gave me dragons.
Longer name when it works.
Piper, you just have a way with giving guys money or dragons and having them die for you.
Good way with finding apparently what people want and then convincing them to die for me.
And I'm Jet.
Yeah, you are.
Either way,
I'm-
he looks around. I'm technically not supposed to be talking to a lot of you guys. You're targeted individuals. He does like air quotes up in the air as he says that.
Targeted?
Well, the two of you were recently captured by the crawlers, so it's
Yeah.
we usually try to stay out of stuff like that. At least that's what the boss wants us to do.
Hey, you got captured too. Come on, man.
Yeah, but I at least have a bit of anonymity.
Everyone knows your mustache yet.
I like my mustache. What?
I
No!
like your mustache too. I like it too. It's how I recognize you, though.
Well, the reason that we all try to talk the same and wear these cloaks is so that any one of us couldn't just get, attacked on the street by any of these guys for anything we might have done. It's a bit of a defensive maneuver that we've been performing for as long as this organization has even been a thing, apparently.
That's
Oh.
clever.
You think I talk like this because I want to?
I
Not
thought that was
understood.
What do
I
you
thought that
actually
was your
sound
normal
like?
voice.
This is definitely my normal voice.
You've been playing the character so long you forgot your voice, didn't you?
I don't talk much outside of these meetings. There's not really
It's
a
a-
lot of people out there who talk to me. I usually just recycle and come here. At one time I got kidnapped.
Oh.
And by the way, did any of you ever go after the, did you, the stash? The stash I told you about?
Oh, yeah. A lot happened since then.
Uh, I'm sure that if, there she goes.
Oh, Riku, I think these are not the greatest people. I think this might be a supervillain. A very tiny supervillain.
Don't worry, I can take her.
What's her mouth
Oh, and there she goes again.
I'm just gonna put her over my shoulder now.
Riku picks up Priska and throws her over his shoulder.
There
Oh,
you go.
Oh, yeah, a lot happened.
There we go. Either way, I mean, I guess if you guys didn't pick it up, your friends might have. Either way, try not to, get too chummy, obviously. I mean, like, anonymity is a thing, so, like, if you keep coming and just talking to me, that's not really anonymous, right? I mean, come on.
Hey. As far as everyone knows, we don't know each other, but as long as we're here, you're our friend. Our anonymous friend. How about that? Can we compromise?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because I'm pretty sure you're gonna keep laughing and falling over if I say no.
I was laughing?
That's concerning.
Anyway,
That is very concerning.
Anyway, like I said, my boss should be here tomorrow if any of you have any business you want to do with us.
Yeah, sure.
If any of you found anything on your trip out, then obviously the rare hunters will be very, very interested in seeing anything you find. And Otto, also that.
Also that, I know.
Also that. Wink.
Wink.
Oh, I see you're making fun of me out of my one eye. How dare.
No, it's not that.
Wow,
No,
Otto.
That's not at all.
He seems to go back behind you guys toward where the door that you guys had opened is. Look into it, noticing it's just like a small, like, little, like supply closet, and wondering how the fuck you guys got in there.
It's like a car clown. We're all just there, just falling off.
As he shuts it and sits down into his chair beside of it.
Actually, I think I do have something for him.
Oh yeah.
Where's everyone?
Here, have more room, Sarah.
No, thanks for the tab. Just follow the arrow. It's GTA arrow time.
You're supposed to give these to my boss.
Oh. Well, I can't tell. As far as I know, you're the boss, because anonymity.
Anonymity?
I don't have anything to give you.
What do you mean, give me?
This is an exchange. He was, yeah.
Yeah, my
That's
boss
what
wants
doing.
rare cards, and if you bring her cards, she'll give you anything between details, information, dual points, favors, things of that nature.
Oh, I thought it was like a thing where I give you cards, and yeah, the favors one is what I wanted, and good relations, and as long as I have friends outside the crawlers that are, the bad crawlers.
We usually try to stay out of Crawler and Harborman territory. If they're feuding, then we usually try to stay out of it. It's just sometimes we get brought into it, like what happened the other day.
Mm.
But, yeah. Bring this back tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'll be here, but my boss will be here, around right here where we are right now. I'm still surprised you guys knew. I'm still surprised you guys knew there was a secret wall back there.
Hey,
Lucky guess.
we're resourceful.
Secrets?
What'd you say, Piper?
It's like we have our secrets.
Mhm.
Well, same here.
Haha.
Until next time, I'm gonna rest here. I have to make sure everybody gets out of here. We got some new people in today, and they're eager, but well, you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, while we're here, one organization to another, do you know where to get some cards made? I lost all my cards.
Cards made. Oh, we don't usually make any
business
cards.
cards.
Oh, we don't do that. We're a secret
Fair enough.
society, Priska.
Well, it's just everyone knows about you, so I thought, you know.
I mean, yeah,
and
they know about us, but they don't know. I mean,
They know enough that you have a bunch of new recruits.
I mean, that's just how gangs work.
we're not a gang. We're an organization.
You know,
There's
I'm
your-
gonna stop
you have
because
a
I don't
leader.
want you to.
Yeah, stop
West-
digging. I think I have an idea on how to make some of those. Let's not think about it now.
Look, it was just really nice to see you again, Jet. Okay.
I'm glad you three are doing good too. Even the guy that kidnapped me apparently, but doesn't remember it. Sorry.
That's a long story. A long.
Do not
Apparently it was
collapse.
brainwashed.
Do not collapse.
I guess one more thing. I sent the others over to reclaim that base, so I talked with the officer that had found us, and he says that basically, as far as he's concerned, it's ours if we make sure there's no criminal activity happening there, or at least don't let him know any criminal activity is happening there. So that'll. If you need to find me or the others, I'm not sure about these guys, but that's where I'll be. Interesting. Going back to the place that I was kidnapped to hopefully not be kidnapped this time. It has potential. It just might work. I give you as much assurance that I believe you'll take from me that I won't kidnap you. We'll see.
You need to work on your people skills.
And do we want to look at this white van I just bought?
Yeah, you want to jump in this white van? It's a there's dual monsters in it.
And
Duel monsters, dog!
candy.
Quick, there's rare dragons. Rare dragons.
I feel like our boy Riku is one of those people where like you would see like he's just like underneath like a clothes hamper and like there's just like a blue eyes like underneath and it fell. Like it's one of
Yeah,
those
we
traps
have-
where like that holds the box up with a stick and you put like the thing underneath it.
Oh no, how would I have ever fallen for this?
Vitalis, this can't be happening.
He looks at the blue eyes, he sees it's fake.
This is worthless.
Anyway. But yeah. You guys have anything else you want to talk to Jed about? He's sitting here like, yeah, don't gotta go home, but don't stay here, please.
I don't know him.
Hey, you know what? You do the best you can, alright? Alright. Respect.
Yeah. See you later, Priska.
See you later. Chat. So look.
Later, nerds.
Bye, Otto. Remember to keep that secret. The secret that you shouldn't tell anyone, Otto.
I know.
Otto's secret. Cusco's potion.
The secret made specifically for Otto. Auto
As
secret.
you guys make your way off, Otto, you would know exactly how to leave this place at the very least.
Yeah.
As each of you would make your way out from right here at the top, at the tippy top of the map.
Yeah.
And you join
Heck
up in
yeah.
this little open area here, the little hangout spot.
Oh, cool. I got a spot.
Okay,
Look at your little
time for me
hangout
to
spot.
climb out and these. What? Where's the climbing? Where's the obstacle course?
I know where we. This is up in the northern part of the city. My apartment's just down that way, a couple blocks.
Oh,
Wait,
north
we're
side.
just out.
Yeah, we're just out. The
We-
underground connects. I got out like yesterday, last night. I got out like at the hang on a second. As he does the mental map in his head. Southwest side.
We
From
could
here.
have just gone in.
And I went to the southeast.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there
Well,
are a lot of
He
these
told,
kinds of places.
yeah, it's like he told us. Remember?
Yeah, there's a whole underground, and there's even apparently a lower underground. But yeah,
And underground?
an
Are you
underground.
saying my impatience caused me to do more work than I need to do?
I don't know.
Probably.
Huh.
I mean, whatever you did was probably cool. Shrugs.
Yeah. Cool.
Ah!
Ah.
Piper, stop drop kicking them.
But yeah.
Oh no! I don't have a Family Guy fall post after fall.
So, it's not the most stable because it's this area, but my apartment's pretty big. It's probably late looking up.
It's getting
Yeah.
out. It's getting late in the day.
I can walk home.
All right. I'm just
Yeah.
offering. It's a very nice place.
I understand this, but you're still kind of a stranger, though. You
It's like
don't
it's a pretty nice place. He points off to the side. Riku, you growing up in the satellite know that he's pointing off toward like a major fault line in the satellite.
Death Tower.
What now?
The kids used to call it Death Tower.
Oh.
You can probably guess why.
mm.
It's like I used to call it Death Tower. There's no tower there. Exactly.
Where the death part comes in.
It's fine. I have a whole building that I could sleep in. Okay.
Okay.
In fact, you should come to
But can you
my
walk there?
place. I can walk just fine. Just out of sight from most of the people that I feel intimidated by, so they don't see how weak I am.
I mean,
I said that last part out loud.
Yes, you did. I was offering because I know that you were collapsed earlier, and I don't know what all you've been up to. I was just trying to be, nice. But if you want to walk all the way back to wherever you live at, it's obviously fine.
Look,
I'll just carry her.
you
Let's
don't
just get this
seem
going.
threatening whatsoever.
Riku seems to
except
try to
for-
grab you, Priska.
Whoa, hands off, buddy. Falls.
You said that as your actual token fell. It was great.
Yeah, dude. There you go.
I pick up. Let's get you home.
Oh, Piper.
What, you think I can fight that? No.
You're right. Take me
She
to
can walk along. She can walk alongside me if you want to feel safe, I guess.
please.
Shrugs.
Straight you too.
So you guys wanting to right now it looks like Riku is wanting to walk Priska home. Does anybody want to go with Priska and make sure that Riku doesn't throw her in a ditch?
Sure.
See, now you said that out loud, yes.
There we go.
You guys would, in order to avoid crawler territory, as Riku would want to do,
Mhm.
you guys would make your way over past the major fault line area here. At which point, Otto, do you want to continue with them?
He may as well. He doesn't have a lot in his apartment, so it's like it doesn't really matter. It's just that if he leaves it for too long, somebody else might think to claim it or something. I don't know.
Also, as you look off in this direction, Piper, you would know that the road here, which is trying to make this tinier so it doesn't destroy things. This road here, does seem to head basically straight toward where your house is too.
Yep. I should go there eventually, you know, to make sure. I mean, it's like to make sure nothing has been. It's a trash room. Nothing has been stolen.
Your rats are keeping a good eye.
Do you guys are wanting to keep going to Priscus?
Yep.
Yeah.
May as well.
You guys would make it down onto the path that would be making your way down the main room from the recycling areas. As you get a little bit away, you guys would note that there does appear to be a bike going across the section over here.
There's the bike.
Here's the bike here.
That's a bike.
A police bike.
As
That's- yeah,
Oh, no,
that's
the police.
as the bike would be making its way through.
That's sector security, baby. Oh fuck.
There would be a member of sector security along the bike. You would know that they don't patrol an absolute ton around, and they don't usually do really anything to anyone. But as they do make their way here, and they do see you guys moving in a large group, I will roll really quick for this member of
We're
sector
gonna get
security.
profiled.
Vriska sweats and just slaps Otto's head, trying to hide it. Just like
I rolled
it's
for him.
so
He did not notice you guys were traveling with a man with a criminal mark, so he just keeps going.
yeah, I covered it with my
Two
hand.
men with criminal marks.
Yeah, but it's
Oh, that's
Wait,
true.
Sammy's got.
That's true.
Wait, or is
Because
he
his
hiding?
makeup wore off literally the moment
Sammy's
they
not
walked
hiding
up.
them now because he
Yeah.
went into the thing and they immediately washed off. The makeup he put on immediately went off.
Okay, I just didn't want to deal with the police. Let's continue.
As you guys make it all the way down, I have moved him over here, but he would have basically been waiting on you guys to come back. So you guys make your way into this large open area. Upon doing so, you see that a little bit away from you guys, you would notice that Sammy would have split up around the time where you guys had seen the cop. He would have been like, I'm gonna go and check on the others that we sent off over toward the base, so I'll be back later. I'll see if I can bring anyone with me.
Okay.
Apparently they
Yeah.
had been looking for groceries for you, so I'm sure they'll want to come.
Right, later, street.
Hey, you!
As the four of you would find a man with a sword intimidatingly standing outside of this area.
Deco
If
question,
you-
do I recognize him?
Do you recognize Swordman? Roll me for your experience.
A shadow
JD
and
plan. Nope.
No, and so not wanting, that is such a no that it's almost concerning that you don't know who this person is. You're like, I've lived here my whole life. Who the fuck is this guy?
Who the fuck is that?
Hey, we brought some friends, dude. Don't kill them, please.
safely from there. Thank you.
You see him look off to where you guys had came from and then look over toward where he had left you guys. You found a way out of the crater.
You were missing out. We almost made dragons.
I told you I don't go down there.
I know. And thank you for all you've done. Just letting you know you would have had a cool adventure with us.
He just sort of looks you over, and then his eyes seem to stop on Otto and Riku as they are new people.
Don't
Hi.
kill them, please.
You
I've
hear-
never
you
seen
hear,
around.
You hear Piper say, "Don't kill them, please, Riku."
Oh, a challenger approaches.
Let me down, let me down.
He does have a sword. I don't know.
I
if
put
that's...
Priska down.
You put
Okay.
Priska down.
I look at this man.
No.
A worthy challenger.
He just sort of looks at you.
I have never seen you around. What's your deal?
I was told not to kill you.
Like you could do that.
No one.
I was just answering your question.
So this is your place?
He's like,
Is
that
he-
was his literal deal. He made a deal not to kill you just then.
So he's like, he looks to... First he's like, so this is your place, the scientist girl?
Priska.
Priska.
Priska, yeah, and she seems to be having a moment. Priska, you okay?
My legs feel like gelatin and my arms feel like gelatin but squishier.
Okay, where's your bed? Let me check you there.
Just put me wherever there's like a blanket.
I shall do that.
You make your way
because I'm
over.
a nice murder hobo.
You make your way over toward Priska's place. As you do, you take her inside. Piper, you would note that as soon as Priska starts making his way there, and Riku starts going by, he does just lean up against the wall again.
Yeah, she just like respectfully gives a nod.
He will nod back.
Excellent. We're moving in new layers of communication never thought possible.
It is communication that has never happened until 2 days ago.
It's incredible, but also completely understandable.
Imagine. Think about the good old times when I would just give you money and you would protect me without telling me.
Remember the good old times where we give you money and you would leave and I'd be afraid that you would kill me the next time.
Like when I handed you money before, I just threw it on the ground and like ran away.
I just yelled 500 and ran.
Nowadays, I hand it to you and run away.
As
Are
you guys,
gold coins physical money?
they are on a little chip that you carry with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just point it at someone and you
So you
say
just
it.
throw down your chip and leave, and you come back for it later.
Basically, if anyone ever did that and they were, not going to steal everything from you, they would just touch their chip to your chip and take the money.
Take money.
It's my money now.
Digital currency is the best.
But Riku brings Priska in. Riku, you look around again, seeing this large, like not large building, but like large enough that it should like it's a wonder that it's not taken over by the gangs around so far. But you do see that there is quite a strange chemistry station off to the side as well.
She's a drug dealer.
That's probably it.
Soda dealer. You.
Oh, are you also one
Same
of those
difference.
dealer things? There was the Wicked Phantom dealer, the Scrapyard dealer. Are you
No,
a
those are
soda
cards.
dealer?
Those are cards. She just makes soda.
I'm pretty sure she's
Oh
a
no, am I
card.
gonna become a card?
No.
She
Oh,
would have
no.
0 attack and 0 defense. She's not a
Yeah,
card.
I don't think. Yeah. Well, okay, at least 100. Okay, 0 defense.
Don't lie to yourself.
I at least have an effect.
I can
You're at
accept
least
that.
winner?
I'm gonna tuck her into bed.
Maybe a Gemini?
As you look around for a bed to tuck her into, Riku, you find like a pallet that is like a blanket. You see that
Good
there are
enough.
several of them just laying on the floor from where the others had their little blanket party last night.
Yeah, our blanket party.
Y'all really could have just grabbed some of the beds that are in the apartments nearby. My place.
Me.
I'm just saying what we could do for you in the future if you want actual beds.
I don't like feeling so high up.
It'd be a chore to bring in the mattresses. We're not gonna bring the frames.
Okay, maybe the mattress. No frames though. No frames.
I put on a plate and just give up.
You toss her onto a pallet.
You toss her in the pallet. Bam.
But as you guys see that see to Priska being here, is there anything you guys would like to do? Do you guys want to start making your way away toward different places? You guys were told that you would be contacted at some point. However, there's also the idea that that was just given to you by Jet of talking to the leader of the rare hunters tomorrow as well. Potentially learning some things about that, and maybe even getting some good deals or favors from the rare hunters.
I'll probably do that tomorrow because I have a certain information I want about a certain boy.
I just want to go home for now.
Yeah, I'll probably just go home now.
Well, catch you later, y'all. I'm going back to my apartment.
It has beds
need-
and it totally is safe.
Leave it.
It's safe.
You live near Murder Tower.
Riku.
Mm-hmm.
Don't carry Piper. Piper is capable on their own, and let them be.
I
Let them
wasn't
be.
Look,
going to.
I respect everyone but myself, sir. She can handle herself.
It's like
Yeah,
we're
no,
working in
she's-
separate places.
She seems strong, so yeah, I wasn't going to.
Yeah, my completely average resilient.
Thankfully for you, I care about others more than I care about myself at times, so I'll take it.
Do you
At
think
this
you
point,
couldn't take
because you guys know that that you potentially will be returning to seeing the Wicked Phantom Dealer at some point, do any of you want to make any plans to see each other again?
Meet
sure.
us here tomorrow.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I
Now
can do
that I know
that.
where this
Yeah.
is, in fact, I actually pass by here a lot when I do recycling.
Passed by?
Well, I was. Listen.
Oh, I'm
did-
sorry you were.
Priska.
Remember,
Please.
Priska, you don't do your dealing here. You take it to the recycling plants.
She understands that, but she's also going to be offended.
This is not the
Only
time.
Here a month, and unless you're doing your business in the lower parts of the recycling plant where there are less people, I don't believe I've only been here like a month or so. I'm sorry.
Well, you haven't lived here if you haven't tried one of Priska's poppers sponsored.
I've lived here all my life
How
and
much
never
do you
had
get
one.
paid for your sponsorship?
I love Rico's just like, I've lived here all my life. I've never had one.
Well, you haven't lived. Neither of you have lived. Once I had the materials, you'll be so sorry you doubted my taste.
I mean, I heard something about root beer, and root beer's pretty good.
I make more than root beer, honey. Think of any
Awesome.
flavor you want. I made the forbidden hamburger flavor once.
If we don't split up too often and we don't have sex, we might actually survive this.
Wait, what was that last part?
What? We
I'm
don't
going home.
have.
It's a common horror movie trope. Listen. All right, do you guys want to make your way out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Riku,
back up here
Otto, and Piper, you guys will make your way out. Riku, I have a question for you, my dude.
Mm-hmm.
As you make your way out, where are you staying right now?
So I have a
You've been
big
here. You've been
funny-
here literally all of your life. So there's no no for you unless you go onto very specific buildings. Where would you like to
Mhm.
stay?
I'd like for
See,
you.
the-
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you go ahead. Sorry.
I'd like for you to live where I sell my soda, and you still haven't heard of me.
Yeah, you actually look like I literally just like to the side.
You're
a
like in the
block
very next building.
I was thinking Big Funny would be living next to Piper and be like, "How do I not know Kiwi?"
Oh, you just live in the same
Oh, yeah.
apartment
Wait,
complex.
The same
Yeah.
complex. We look at each other.
You see,
So
he lives like on this side of the apartment complex, so he doesn't look on this side.
as you guys start making your way out, Piper, as soon as you start leaving, you notice Kiwi start following you.
Yeah, what else is new?
As you guys would make your way up and away from Priska's place, these guys are over here now. You guys would note that you guys get on this little crossroads, and you guys say, "All right, later, guys."
Later, Piper.
And
Later.
then
Later,
and then you
dude.
guys like make your way up here, and you're like, "Oh, okay, all right."
Okay.
We're all
And
looking
then you
in
guys
this
get to
direction.
like the road you guys go to turn off on, and you're like, "Okay, later, guys."
Oh my
Later.
God.
Then you guys all go onto the road that you turned off on,
We said goodbye too soon, didn't we?
and
Yeah,
then
we
you
did
guys
that.
get around here, and you realize, you guys like, okay, well, later,
Literally,
guys.
Otto has to go this
And
way.
then Otto
because-
makes his way away,
All right, goodbye. Y'all. I have to go this way. That way's holes.
but then
Yeah,
you just
that's
see
bad.
that Piper and the Riku just looks at each other. They both turn into this
Keep walking.
area. You just see Kiwi just looking at you guys like, why are you guys doing this? You guys go to
Yeah,
the
we're
same.
both watching this.
Why are you guys doing this? You guys both go to the same place.
We live in the same place.
What?
Emotions toward the building to you guys.
I've lived there all my life.
They're both having like uh-huh.
How do you?
Hmm.
Apparently,
Did he say
Kiwi
later?
knew that you guys stayed in the same place because he's been watching this place for as long as he has.
Well, I'm going to my room now.
Same.
I love that we're all up here. We're all just in this part of the fucking map.
Remember when the party was separate and it was like here and here and like here? Now it's just like there's Priska's here and then the rest of the party's up here.
As you
I
go,
don't
That's probably
this
the north
happened.
side.
As
As
you
you
guys
go-
would make your way into the place, and you guys find that you're on the same floor.
Yeah, okay.
as Riku goes into the trash. By the way, my nickname's the Rat.
I mean, if I had to take a guess, this is probably Lindo's.
So Lindo, which room do you want? And I'll tell you yes or no.
Can I have the gamer pad?
Which one's the gamer pad? Oh, you cannot have that room now.
Okay, this one.
You can, yeah, you can definitely have that one. You walk all the way down the hall, and at one point, Riku, you're like, okay, so I guess she's in one of those two rooms that I've just never seen anyone go, and then she just turns into the trash room.
Oh my.
And she closes the door.
Oh my goodness.
And they were
As
I
this-
live
neighbors.
next to that.
As
Oh my
you,
god, they were neighbors.
as this happens, you stand there for a good like 5 minutes as you're just like wait, and then just like you just see like step. Everyone gets here. Hi Riku. And then she goes into her house.
Hey.
What the fuck?
I know her.
I would ask questions, but then again, Riku was like in the water probably while we were like talking the other day in game.
Oh my god.
As Riku,
Yeah,
as
that
Riku,
was
you
probably
step
it.
in, you get into your room, which is it's pretty normal
You got a double bed, dude.
It's pretty chill.
comparatively. Yes.
You go to your double bed, I'm gonna go here to my surgery chair.
You see the rat in the side of the room, look at you for a second, and it goes.
That's her rat.
I was wondering. I thought it was a stray.
I was thinking of killing it, but I didn't have any earth monsters I could summon with it.
Nico, before I go to bed, I'm gonna look at Nyanya.
Look at
Oh
Nyanya.
no.
You're gonna open up your cards.
Yeah.
You're gonna look at your Nyanya. Which Nyanya are you looking at?
I'm gonna look at. I'm gonna look at the fighting one. Let me grab her. Boop.
You look at your Wushu as you just sort of like stare at it for a bit. What are you doing with it?
I guess it's you and me.
Oh.
And then
Oh no.
pop it back in the deck.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Okay.
All right. Good.
What do you think I was going to do?
Crisis averted, boys.
No.
We stay on Twitch one more day.
Well, it's time to have some trading cards. Okay. But no,
As you get into your room again, you are first off exhausted from the beating you took earlier, but second off, as you say, I guess it's just you and me. You look to your deck boxes on your arms, and you just look to the new cards you had gotten, and just you remember what you had planned to use with those two other decks. You were pretty sure that not all of them could have possibly washed out the way they did. Cardboard's heavy, man, especially when they're stacked on top of each other. As you like look at your deck boxes, take them off of your arms to allow circulation. You think back toward the fight that you had, and you note that you were at one point pinned down, and you were at one point like held while people were punching and different things, and you're just sitting there like, no, they had to have taken them. They had to have taken some of my cards. And unfortunately, those were the two decks you had been really freaking going ham on making, man. You've been working on those for such a long time, saving up everything you have from recycling as well as doing any of your other work. Which is why he doesn't have a lot of money, I decided.
I'm gonna sigh and then smile a bit. Well, at least I'm going to get a red eyes.
Red eyes.
As Piper probably heard that because of the walls being thin and
You
all.
just fucking hear beating on the other side, like, shut up over there!
Even though they are literally as far apart as they could be from your beds.
The rats just not go all. You're not getting a red eyes. He's deceiving you.
I'll look guilty of killing him.
As you make your way into your room and you settle in for the night, I know there wasn't a crazy amount of dueling or anything today, but I think that's where we're going to be ending things off for the night.
Whoa, a
Hell
game
yeah.
without dueling. Who'd have thought?
Oh,
It's okay.
oh.
It's okay. The dueling was the friends we made along the way. Like
Yeah.
Mr. Scrapyard.
We
And
went,
these two fuckers, I guess.
we went for a good 4.5 hours. Like, that was
Yeah,
pretty good.
dude.
Yeah.
We had to get through some origin stuff, and now we have some intrigue for an origin. I mean, look at this boy. Like,
Look at
what is he?
him.
What was he
What's
doing
his
with those
secrets?
cards?
What's
What are
he
his
hiding?
secrets? What is he gonna be doing to Wushu?
What'd be funny?
Except for involving whoosh.
What'd be funny is that Piper probably knows all the backstory because of sleep talking, but Piper's too polite to say anything.
I just love how there's just like the random girl who was like giving you guys advice outside of your door. She just walks in and says like, "Oh hey, what's going on? Hey Riku, hi."
Hey.
One day I'll learn her name.
I-
Until
I'd
then, I'll
like to
just
think-
keep saying hey.
I'd like to think that it's because Piper's just like so like fast going into the apartment. That's why you never met. like the only thing you know of Piper before this was a blur that went into the room.
Riku, for like the longest time, you literally just thought that that room was where you put your trash.
Yeah, no, I assumed that for a long time.
And that's why it was so hard to clean.
You just know that like according to you just thought like I guess this is where I put the trash bags, and you
This
never
is
thought
my
about it
trash
from then
bag.
on.
Piper has
I've
more.
basically been doing recycling twice in my life.
We just go like back in time as we just like go through like a montage of Piper coming into a room and then other residents walking up to the door and putting trash down outside of it and walking away.
New pillows.
See, this is exactly why I live here. People are just like, this is just where you put your trash bags, right? And also someone lives there for some reason.
No one will suspect I live.
One day people are just gonna fucking come in with an intervention like, hey, you can't live in the dump. Come on.
It's like, are you good?
There's
yeah?
another room available. Like you could just be in that.
Oh, you want me out of the room, huh? Come in here and grab me.
No.
As they
I mean, I can do that.
As they try to, they hear.
Riku's like, oh yeah, I can do that. Here's the noise. Like, what the fuck?
The rat wants to
A
kill
dragon?
me, but it wants to be the one to kill me, so yeah.
It has to be the
Sound
one
like
to
a
kill you.
dragon.
Jeez. Look at the smiley face room. It's so great.
Yeah, what can we... And here's my surgical chair where I sleep every night.
But
And
yeah.
they were roommates.
But yeah, with all that being said, my dudes, you guys all got a lot of new cards. We got to have a good little intro for our new boys. You guys finished up talking with Scrappa. As unfortunately he couldn't make a dragon. He made a giant Frankenstein golem instead.
It happens to the best of us.
But you know,
It's not an exact science.
if you see at the bottom of Scrapyard Gardener, he's also always considered a gadget monster.
Yeah.
Baby. She baby.
Me.
Whenever this
Riku
card
can
survives an
1v1
attack
him.
from your opponent's monster, add one scrap or gadget card from your graveyard to your hand other than Scrapyard Gardener.
Wow. Wow. What a boy.
Neat.
Oh,
We are
Chuck
taking
Kiss.
the ritual/spiritual beast thing when it comes to scrapyards. Scrapyards are still considered scraps, but scraps aren't considered scrapyards.
Gotcha.
That's how we're going.
Mm.
But yeah, we have a new pack. Everything's going pretty decent, and when we come back on the next week, we'll see if you guys learn anything new from the rare hunters. If you want to go over anything with them, maybe you guys can find out the super secret that's happening with Otto with his super secret auto powers of learning auto stuff.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I just had this thought of like AU where Riku was in New York. What the fuck is that? You mean the Statue of Liberty? I've been here all my life.
I have never known.
I just love the idea that he's just like fucking like never been around like these things. It's just like as soon as he saw Kiwi, it's just like I've been here all my life and I've never seen this man. Is literally outside of his house every day. Is literally just outside of his house every day watching another person like a hawk, not really going out of his way to hide himself.
He just stands there menacingly.
Look, everyone's eyes are based off movement. He just doesn't move. It's like there's like part of your brain, Riku, where like you're like I could have swore that was part of the scenery.
I could have saw that was actually a kiwi tree.
But yeah, with everything being said, my dudes, I think with all of that, we're going to be heading out of here. If you have any questions, comments below. Thank you guys for showing up to the first ever episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Darps
Brotherhood.
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 Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Darps Brotherhood.
Brotherhood.
5 Darps Brotherhood. 5Darps Brotherhood.
5Darps Brotherhood.
5Darps Brotherhood.
Why would I miss the first episode? You're right.
Yeah, why would you guys miss the first episode? It's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
As of right now, I'm trying to see if there's anyone we can throw people over at. In about an hour or so, we're gonna be over on Jake's channel doing the Final Fantasy game.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we can't throw you guys over there, but looks like
We
I
can throw you.
I can throw you against a tree. That sounds like a fun idea.
Wait, there was a
trees
tree
are-
there.
trees
I've
are
been
pretty.
here all my life.
I've been here all my life. I have never seen.
I've seen these.
I've never seen any tree. We can
I
throw you guys over at
love-
Rainbow Waffles.
Oh,
I haven't
Hey,
I haven't
Rainbow
freaking
Waffles.
thrown people at Rainbow Waffles in a long time because we have such different streaming schedules nowadays. But I'm gonna throw you guys over there toward Rainbow Waffles. Currently, he's playing some Phasmophobia. So that'll be pretty fun to kind of like give yourself a little bit of a reprieve before going into some other stuff.
Yeah, go into Piper's backstory of the game.
We're talking season 0. Yeah, before was season 0, you see. Now we're in
Yeah.
Brotherhood. But yes, I hope everyone Jones says we enjoyed it. Thank you guys for all the support you did today. Thank you guys for showing up and hanging out with us. And next time,
Yeah.
hopefully, we'll get to see some dueling and get to see what's going down over at those altered worlds, and maybe even getting some favors. What kind of favors? Who's to say?
Sexual flavor. Oh no.
Sexual flavor. Until next time, guys. Like always.
I heard flavor.
That's what I almost said.
Until next time, guys. Like always. Later days.
What?
later.
So seriously, I was laughing.
Yes.